"Not now. Move!" Jackson barked, teeth flashing like the edge of a blade. And the world answered with a tremor that shook the cracked basin at his feet. He heaved forward, claws raking wet clay, and his throat pulsed as he forced air into his lungs. Above him, the canopy buckled. A column of ash uncoiled into the sky like a fist being shaken. And the smell of scorched sap and crushed ferns hit him in a dizzying wave. He did not know the word for fear, not the way pale minds would later name it, but the stone-old instinct that lived behind his. Eyes sharpened into a single, bright spike. Protect. The hatchlings under the stunted cycads were still alive, that made his ribs bank with purpose. He could feel the nestlings' tremors through the ground, a small chorus of desperate vibrations. "Stay low," he said, though the sound left him as nothing but rasping calls. He organized them with a cadence that meant safety, a low, throaty hum that the young ones somehow passed into order. "Rui!" barked the other adult, a she-theropod with scars like rivers across her flank. Her call cut through the ash like a blade. She thumped her tail into the soil as if it were a drumbeat, grounding herself against the tremor. "We move, now. This ridge first." Jackson's head snapped toward her. Her name was a promise from a different season, one of shared hunts, of nights when the sky was patient. He felt a strange swell of something that could have been gratitude, were the world kinder. "Right!" he rasped, and the two of them began to run. This opening scene was not a tale of melodrama. It was a single moment where the ancient earth declared itself in motion and life, responded with the blunt instruments of instinct and cooperation. For millions of years, such responses were practiced in endless permutations across valleys, floodplains, and shallow seas. The planet's surface was not a static backdrop. It was a theatre of weather and tectonics, a living script that every creature had to learn to read. The question hovered behind every beat of Jackson's heart. What happened here long before human minds walked between the trunks? What shift of continents, what flourish of feather and scale, what subtle adaptation had been the seed of all those dominions? Those questions were not known to the creatures themselves, yet they were lived answers, written in the thickness of their bones, the pattern of their feathers, the ways their feet knew the mud. As they ran toward the ridge that overlooked the basin, the landscape unveiled itself in breathless panoramas. A herd of armored sauropods grazed low on armored plates of cycads, their enormous necks like bridges spanning a slow green roof. A compact, mottled ceratopsid burst from behind a stand of dawn ferns, horns lowered in a defensive wobble at the sudden commotion, her eyes reflecting an old, placid intelligence. Flying above them, a flock of long-winged pterosaurs folded like sheets and then tensed, voices like wind through reed pipes. In the distance, through a column of steam rising from a hot spring, a pair of therizinosaurs, tall, clawed behemoths, moved with the slow, patient hunger of something that savoured every leaf. The diversity of life here had no equivalent in the fragments of fossilized stone the far future would piece together. Scales and feathers, beaks and blunted teeth, crests that carried messages in colour, tails that were banners and counterweights, eyes set for nocturnal stalking or daytime scanning. Each organism was a solution to specific climate, predator, prey, and microecology. The many niches of this world cradled forms so varied they could have been different planets' answers to the same problem of surviving on a hot, messy, oxygen-rich ocean of life. Jackson's mind flicked through the memory pools, the way other animals might flick through the pattern of a scent trail. He remembered the first time he had met Rui, thin, wary, her raptor-scarred jaw like a snapped twig, She had taken a risk that day on a rocky shelf when a larger pack threatened to cast them out from a prime nesting hollow. They had fought. No ceremony, no language beyond snarls and the positions of skulls, and afterward, in the half-light of the long dusk, they had been something like companions. Their past did not read like a human memoir, but it mattered. It was the same collection of small decisions, repeated: when to chase, when to yield, where to dig a nest so the dripping rain would never find it. As the pair reached the ridge, the first of the jets of glass-like debris struck the trees like thrown spearheads. Tiny explosions of sap and fronds erupted, showering sticky amber down the slope. The sky beyond the cloud veiled itself in a sheen of molten light. The animals below scattered in a choreography learned and passed down by instinct. Some fled, some froze, some crouched and tried to shelter in ways that might have proved simple logic had their minds worked like human thought. "Look!" cried a voice from the ridge, a small, bright voice that belonged to a scout of their group. A lithe velociraptor named Miri, who had eyes like polished obsidian. She had been perched on a weathered stone, ears quivering at the sky. In her acute high voice was the pure animal equivalent of alarm. "Skyfire! It tears at the sun." The phrase skyfire was not literal, it was a shorthand among them. Dinosaurs had names for phenomena too. The wet season, the dry, the scent of a river before it returns. Words carved by time. They spoke with clean, short calls, and to them each sound was measured for its immediate use. Beyond the ridge, the first-rate ripple of influence could be seen. A fold in the earth had opened into a new crevasse, and from its mouth a plume of heat breathed out. Rocks the size of houses tumbled, and a rolling wall of displaced air raced like a predator. Jackson's heart hammered so violently it felt as if his ribs would snap. This was not merely local fire, but a convulsion of the planet itself. He had known tremors. He had known floods that rewired a river's route. This felt like something else, a rewriting of maps. The inciting turmoil. The first event of consequence was not a single catastrophe, but a cascade. A distant volcano lit a chain reaction of atmospheric turmoil. Ash began to sweep across the basin like a net. The ash brought cooling and choking. It smeared the leaves with a taste of metal. Insects, those bustling anonymous engines, fell silent by the million as their micro-worlds dissolved. The fish of shallow lakes floated belly up within a day as thermal springs shifted their chemistry. Each life form that specialized in its little corner of the web now found the underpinnings loosening. That first cascade forced a decision upon animal minds, to stay or to leave. Some species were built to wait. The armored ankylosaurs, sturdy as cliffs, would plug their nasal openings and stand. Others were designed for movement, for sensitivity to change. Rui and Jackson, who foraged along the wet edges of rivers and charted the crests for migrating herds, felt the call to move with an ache. Yet movement brought its own perils. Between them and safe ground lay old enemies, the predatory packs who saw their confusion as advantage. Another theropod, older, larger, named Voss, emerged from a stand of psycheads with a slow, hungry smile. He tilted his head, lips pulling back over his teeth, in an expression that, in other seasons, meant challenge. "The heat draws prey," he rumbled, "foolish to run without fighting." Rui glared, tail slashing. "We are not prey to be handed over," she said, precision in every syllable. The argument was not only of flesh, it was of choices in a shaken world. To hold territory was to risk being buried. To move was to risk losing the last clear water. Jackson's chest tightened. He had once known the glory of a successful defense when he had dominated a rival over a carcass, and the taste of sanguine victory had filled his memory like a scent that lingered for days. That memory now fought with another, the image of his hatchlings invisible underneath the damp ferns, their small bodies too fragile to survive a fall of ash. Conflict reached a first peak when Voss decided to test them, creeping forward with a calculated limp. The standoff was thick as a curtain. Miri darted like a hummingbird, a distraction, another group member. A hulking herbivore named Tob bellowed a warning that vibrated into the bones of all present. The ground seemed to breathe under the force of the confrontation. Each creature made a move that was both tactical and moral in its own ecosystemic way. Jackson did not want to fight, he wanted safety. Yet he also knew that to show weakness meant inviting death for those he loved. Then the earth did the unthinkable. A shadow passed across the sun. Not the shadow of a cloud, but of something far greater, a thing that burned across the sky like a wound. The scavengers, the hunter, the grazers, every being that had deferred to immediate concerns, lifted their heads. The shadow moved faster and left a line of heat that skated across the landscape, igniting tinder and tinder thoughts. Ash showered down in a thick, pulsing rain. It choked the air, and with it the calculated fight dissolved into a far larger problem: survival itself. This was the emotional twist, the immediate enemy, Voss, the predator. The rival was replaced by a cosmic antagonist whose scale dwarfed all local scores. Involuntary cooperation cropped up like a green shoot in a burned field. Voss and Rui, who had snarled only moments before, suddenly found themselves shoulder to shoulder, not in kinship, but in necessity. They moved as an uneasy line, shepherding the fragile into the lee of a cliff face where a pocket of breathable air still swirled. In that cramped refuge, the old hierarchies blurred into raw human-like unpredictability. Jackson watched Voss breathe, measured his shoulders, and realized the other theropod was as frightened as he. That recognition, made possible by a mind that could, in the space of a second, feel both the sting of fear and the warmth of shared danger, was the turning point. For a moment, a complicated empathy fluttered through their world. Not the reflective empathy of language, but a primitive calculus of mutual benefit. When the sky abated, if such a thing could be said, the world itself had changed. Rains of grey dust coated the leaves. Water turned sour in the low pools. The sun was a dim red coin through the ash. The taller canopy had lost entire branches to the assault. Where once lay a bustling nexus of life, there were scattered bodies, some still breathing, some not. The survivors smelled of burnt leaves and salt from the stress of exertion. The young ones who had hidden beneath ferns stared with wide, astonished eyes as if the very idea of the future had been ripped open and refolded. The immediate consequences were practical. Jackson learned a new calculus in those first hours: how to ration, how to place the hatchlings in the lee of roots so their tiny breaths would not be saturated with ash, how to find water that had not been poisoned by recent runoff, how to lead without the illusion that every decision would be right. But beneath the practical knowledge lay a deeper lesson, that dominance was a fragile thing. The proudest skulls, the widest horned heads, had no guarantee against changes in the elements. The planet could, with a single convulsion, humble the proudest kings. As the smoke thinned into a persistent veil and the survivors trickled down from the ridge, Jackson let himself feel the weight of that lesson. He watched a tiny hatchling, no bigger than a loaf of bread, stretch and try to peck at ash-smeared foliage. The child's curiosity was as stubborn as life itself. "We will find a green," he said softly, a vow formed out of scar and snarled memory. The other adults nodded, their movements small gestures of agreement. The day ended not with triumphant resolution, but with an altered horizon. The first climax had not been an apex duel, it had been revelation. The planet had spoken with a new voice, and those who heard it were forced to reckon with a problem that would not be solved by tooth and claw alone. They would have to move into unknown ranges, into salt flats and cooling steppes, into a future shaped by ash and altered weather patterns. For each species, for each band, that shift would mean mutation or extinction. Jackson's final decision, small and human in its hope, was to keep going. He would lead his inadvertent coalition across broken habitats toward rumors of cooler air and streams that ran true. Along the way, he would be forced to kill and to spare, to be cunning and to be merciful. Life did not issue manifestos, it issued only choices, and every choice became a story that carved itself into bone. When night came and the stars sputtered through a haze, the little group curled under a fallen log and watched as the sky, once a simple stage for daily weather, became a ledger of consequences. In the quiet between their breaths, Jackson wondered, in a way animals never did in human terms, what would come after. He did not think about humans. Such thoughts lay millions of seasons away, but he felt the weight of continuity. The sense that this planet had more chapters waiting to be written. What the future would bring was a sealed horizon. For now he clung to a singular truth. They had been part of a world before anyone could record it. And they had lived through a moment that would, in ways both immediate and far-reaching, shape the fate of countless descendants. This was the Earth before humans. Ecologies stacked like living machines, each gear finely tuned to climate and predation, creatures whose lives were a constant negotiation with an active geology, seasons that could not be postponed. It was a world of raw sensation and silent decisions, of fierce tenderness as often as it was of remorseless hunger. It was a place where the sky could choose to rewrite the rule book, and those who survived would carry the new rules in the architecture of their bones. As the small hearts under the log slowed into a fragile sleep, the narrator, the planet itself, if one might anthropomorphize the voice of sediment and sea, asked, not yet in words but in an open, aching way, what would become of such grandeur when the scales tipped? What traces would this riotous diversity leave for those who would come later? The question hung in the ash-sour air like an ember that refused to die. "Move faster!" Jackson snapped, claws scrabbling in the wet sand as a briny hiss rolled over the exposed flats. The shallow sea had pulled back faster than any of them remembered, and the smell of drying algae cut across the ash-sour air like a blade. He hauled a hatchling beneath his flank and felt the tiny ribs flutter against him, a tremble that was equal parts cold and hunger. "Look there!" Miri cried, high and sharp, her voice ricocheting off a fallen mangrove trunk. She pointed with a jerking, eager head to a sliver of movement at the waterline, a small theropod the size of a large dog, lit with a fringe of down along its forearms that caught the thin light and flashed like molten mica. The creature paddled delicately through the shallows, snatching small, flattened fish with quick, precise strikes. Jackson's throat tightened. "The down feathers!" The closest their language would ever get to that word was a thing he had felt on his back as a hatchling and had since learned to read as both insulation and signal, seeing it now moving with such different purpose along the margin between sea and mud, lodged a new thought behind his sternum. This world was changing, and where it changed most visibly was at the edges, shoreline, canopy, the places water breezed against land. Rui edged forward, nostrils flaring, her eyes narrowed into the patient. Calculating line that had guided them through hunts and near-miss predators. "They use the flats different than we do," she said, voice low. "They wait for the peel back of water, then strike." Her tail tapped the ground, an intentional, measured rhythm that told Jackson she was mapping danger, not simply reacting to it. The flats themselves were a page in the planet's long-running manuscript, a world made of warm oceans stretched thin, reefs and tidal shelves curving like a living lace into horizon after horizon. For 1,000 heartbeats of an animal like Jackson, and for 1,000,000 more measured in rock and reef, the seas had been shallow, the air heavy and sweet with moisture. That was the climate of the Jurassic and the Cretaceous, an era when heat wrapped the globe, and greenery climbed skyward in uninterrupted sheets. It was a climate that encouraged gigantism in body and in idea, long-necked sauropods that fed from the tops of towering ferns, hadrosaurs with grinding dental batteries that could shear, and chew vegetation into digestible threads, and the first strokes of feathered paint that would, in time, render the world visible in new ways. But Jackson did not narrate epochs. He translated them through the smells on the wind, through the tremors underfoot, through the survival math that each day demanded. He felt the ancient planet's generosity, food in abundance, breeding grounds so rich a single valley could feed generations. He felt, too, the planet's volatility tides shifting as continental shelves leaned and atmospheric currents closed and opened like great lungs. In those breaths, the seeds of explosion were planted. Where warmth and shallow seas met, life found niches and squeezed them tight. Where niches multiplied, forms multiplied after them. A thudding in the distance reminded Jackson why they moved. A ribbon of sauropods, moving pillars of muscle and skin, ran in an awkward migration along a higher shelf, their long necks looping like the hands of distant clocks. They were slow, impossibly grand, and their passage turned a stand of horsetails to a green storm. The undersides of their bellies scraped low vegetation to the roots. Somewhere in the caravan a mother nudged a calf with the flat of her head, a gesture of enormous patience and care. These beasts were monuments of abundance when the earth yielded leaves in those quantities. It permitted and selected for bodies that could eat nothing less than mountains of foliage. "That scale," Voss rumbled from the fringes, voice low and almost hungry. He moved like a shadow capable of uncoiling into violence at any moment. Where there is so much green, the small ones learn tricks. The small ones teach the big ones how to laugh. His mouth twisted into what passed for his grin. "Then learn a new trick," Rui snapped, priming herself into a posture of coiled restraint. "Move. Don't laugh." She would not grant Voss the sport of provocation today. Survival was not a stage for old grudges. The small theropod in the shallows, a type that bore filigreed feathers, lifted itself onto a slick rock, shook water from its forelimbs, and high-stepped back into the mangrove tangle. It did not flee. Instead, it fluffed a crest of colour along its throat and jerked its head in what might have been a greeting to an unseen mate or an intimidation to a rival. Miri caught the motion and mimicked it in a chirped cadence, a juvenile echo of animal code. The small display seemed harmless, and yet to Jackson it was another kind of signpost. Colour and movement, where scales had once been the only currency. Rui's dark eyes lingered on the display. "Dark. Colour," she murmured. "I remember when display meant a swing of jaw and a flash of teeth. This," she let out a short rasping laugh that held no mirth. "It is different food for the same hunger." The group moved along the shoreline, negotiating a landscape that read like a palimpsest of epochs. Pterosaur wings beat overhead with the wet noise of sails, and on the flats the skid marks of freshwater turtles trailed like punctuation. Tiny burrows dotted the mud crustacean homes, air-pocked refugees from the drying. Miri darted ahead, pale eyes glittering with the curiosity that had kept her alive. She found a shell-cracked ammonite, its spiral rim glinting, and pecked at its edges. The small things were answers, evolution's vocabulary, showing the many ways life could use a world that refused stillness. The first real test came when the distant ocean exhaled in a low, thunderous voice. Not a storm in the terrestrial sense, but a rolling swell that suggested tectonic breath. A shallow sea shelf slumped, and a wave pushed inward, shallow and swift. It hit the flats with a hiss that turned sand to glass for a heart-stopping second. In that motion, water met ash, and the result was a suction that tugged at the feet of every creature caught on the flats. Voss made his move. The larger theropod saw opportunity in chaos, the old equations of predator and prey clicking into place. He lunged past Rui, intent on cutting off a pair of young hadrosaurs that had been grazing too near the water's edge. He was fast when he wanted to be, and the land opened to favor a strike. "Don't!" Jackson started, but his warning fell as the wave rolled. The world condensed into force and bodies. He pushed his hatchling into a hollow and turned, muscles like coiled springs, as Voss clashed with a responding parent hadrosaur. The impact reverberated through Jackson's bones. For a second, there was only motion and the smell of wet fur and the metallic tang of exertion. The flats took more than one story in that single push. An ichthyonothine-like bird, tiny, gull-voiced, launched up from a drift of silt and beat a wing that had evolved more for steering than flight. Its feathers were not novel to Jackson, but the manner in which it used them. Stability, a sudden lift that allowed it to snatch an exposed crustacean and land again on a jut of rock, was a lesson written in the one. Language of adaptation. Where once wings might have suggested one direction, arboreal escape, now they suggested many. Insulation, display, airstroke for hunting along expanses of shallow water. Small changes, multiplied across generations, would make new bodies possible. The clash on the flats reached its first climax in a way that belonged to the planet's greater logic. The hadrosaur parent slammed into Voss with a mass that was almost kind, then shoved tertiary momentum into the predator. The shove did not kill, it rearranged the possible behaviors. Voss tumbled, frustrated and scowling, and in that instant his priorities changed. He saw Jackson's hatchlings tucked against a root and felt the slow, creeping recognition of shared vulnerability. "Move," Jackson rasped, voice cutting through salt and adrenaline. "We cross here, shallow channel, then up under the mangrove roots." Voss's eyes flicked past him. There was a beat-in predatory time. An eternity, where the old agenda and the new risk balanced like two opposing plates. Then the predator made an act that startled Jackson, almost as much as the feathers had a few minutes ago. He bounded past in the same direction, not to kill, but to create a wedge of motion that would help peel others to safety. He did it clumsily, with barely concealed irritation, as if he loathed himself for the decision. That indignation made the gesture almost human. They ran. Claws and talons found purchase on slippery rock. Rui sliced left, dragging a small clump of sod that wistfully served as cover for the smallest hatchlings. Tob, the hulking herbivore, used his bulk to block a better passage, turning his broad flanks into shields for the smaller bodies. The group threaded the channel together in an ugly, urgent braid of motion. At the far bank, Panting and slick, they scrambled into the tangled roots of mangrove-like trees. There, the air softened. Water droplets clung to leaves like 1,000 tiny lamps. The tidal surge retreated back to its shallow bed, leaving a glittering detritus of shells and broken reed. Jackson's heart thudded, then slowed into a rhythm that was not quite peace, but something approximating it. In that cramped, salt-scented refuge, as the survivors heaved and breathed and counted wounds, a kind of collected thought brightened in Jackson's mind. He thought of the little bird that had used its feathers to steady a strike. He thought of the small theropod's crest. He thought of the massive shapes that reached into canopy heaven. He felt, with the clarity of a bone-deep intuition, the reasons such shapes existed. A warm, persistent world of abundant thresholds creates thresholds of form. Where the sea met land in soft laces and sheets, where plants grew tall and dense, and where shelter was plentiful. Life could afford experiments, feathers for warmth and for show, long necks to reach copious leaves, dental specializations to chew what others could not. Rui licked at a small scratch on her flank and watched a juvenile of the proto-bird preen a wing along the root above them. "They will change more than their plumage," she said softly. "They will find new ways to eat, to move. That little gull will become something else if the world keeps offering shallow edges." Miri tilted her head. "Will we change?" she asked, voice too small for the breadth of the question. Jackson looked at her, at the bright, unscarred face that had watched the ash fall and the water retreat. He felt the old ache that had fueled his protection of the hatchlings, an ache that was both territorial and timelessly parental. "We have always changed," he said. "We shift where we must. We teach the young the paths that work now." He lowered his head to touch the feather of a fledgling bird that had landed beside them. The feather was oily and warm. It was an answer and an invitation. The emotional twist of the day came not from a single victory, but from the revelation that survival had quietly become cooperation with chance. Voss, the predator who might once have savored a simple kill, had altered his action because the cost, another stuttering crisis of the environment, outweighed his habitual appetite. The proto-bird's wings, once tools for arboreal balancing, now spoke of new possibilities. The colossal herbivores who had once been walking fortresses of appetite were now both danger and shelter. The climate that had birthed these things was not merely backdrop, it was a selective hand that sculpted everything within reach. When the soft light of a sun dimmed by ash and storm broke through the canopy a few hours later, a pattern had begun to clarify around their small band. The world of the Jurassic and the Cretaceous, with its hot, moist breath and its patchwork of shallow seas and jungle corridors, was the kind of place where life exploded into variation. Niches multiplied like islands in archipelagos that were only as far apart as the span of a branch. Where there was warmth and water, there were multiple answers to the same problems, and where there were multiple answers, natural selection could refine them into forms that were both elegant and strange. For Jackson, the lesson folded into his decision like a seed into soil. He would lead them toward a wet lowland he had once glimpsed in a different season, where cycads bowed like sentinels and freshwater streams carved through play. There, he hoped, the hatchlings could learn the paths that matched the new rules, feeding on different plants, learning to avoid predators that had adapted to shore-based hunting, watching feathered creatures make the air their workshop. He felt no grandiose sense of prophecy. He felt instead the simple, terrible beauty of continuation. Choices made now would ripple like dye through generations. The day closed with the group moving again, bodies bent and scaled and feathered, a braided procession across a world alive with its own momentum. As Jackson walked, he listened to the planet's current whisper, the tide of shallow seas, the green heaviness of ferns, the soft clink of tiny claws on shell fragments. He knew, as instinctive as any memory of hunger, that the Earth's warm eras had been laboratory and canvas. The Jurassic and the Cretaceous had written a long list of experiments in bone and plume that, in time, would be read by future histories as the proliferation of dinosaurs. On the edge of the sleeping flats, with stars sputtering through a veil of ash, and the small sounds of rearranged life around him, Jackson allowed himself one more reflection. Survival would demand new things of them all. Not only courage and strength, but a readiness to accept cooperation when it served, to learn when the new forms offered clues, to grow where the world allowed growth. He settled his hatchlings into a nest among exposed roots and watched for a long while the little bird preen and then launch into a low, fish-silvered sky. The planet would keep offering its changes, and life, messy, inventive, stubborn, would keep answering. The explosion of forms that the warm, shallow seas and thick forests permitted was already underway. It had not yet met its end. Jackson felt the truth of that in his bones as a quiet promise or a fierce warning. He closed his eyes, and in the dark he imagined shapes not yet born, crests, bills, padded feet, down that would one day slide into wings, each a small testament to a world that loved to be tried upon. The group slept with one eye open, as all sensible creatures do in times of shift, while beyond them the shallow seas laid their tired head against the land and, somewhere beneath the crust, the planet continued to shape the script. Tonight they had survived the tide. Tomorrow, perhaps, they would meet a form so new it would alter the way they thought of safety itself. For now, Jackson's promise to his brood was the simplest. Keep moving. Keep learning. Keep the stories of this warm, restless earth alive in bone and feather and song. Down now! Jackson's voice came out a wet rasp as the world folded its ribs around them. He slammed his flank into the muddy bank, flattening himself over a hatchling whose breath fluttered like a trapped moth. Above the roar of distant water and the thin hiss of ash, something vast moved the air, a shadow that was not a cloud, but the slow, imperial sweep of a creature so large it reoriented the world beneath its feet. Rui's head snapped up, scarred jaw tight. "Brachiosaurus," she breathed, half name, half warning. Miri's thin cry scraped the air into a string of sharp notes, curiosity wrapped in alarm. Voss froze with his lips peeled back. Even his predatory calm thinned at the scale of this other life. Tob, the great herbivore whose patience had been a blunt instrument through many mortal seasons, pressed his flank to the root of a fallen tree and watched, eyes narrowed as if he could make size mean less by staring hard enough. The Brachiosaurus moved like a slow tide. Its neck, a bridge of vertebrae that rose and fell with the patience of granite, threaded into the canopy and stripped leaves with a considerate, almost surgical steadiness. When its foot found the mud, it did not so much press as declare. The earth accepted the weight like a ledger taking an entry. The diplodocuses, long-tailed, whip-like as river reeds, moved in a separate current, sweeping the understory with low bites. Together, the sauropod caravan was an ecosystem unto itself, mobile forests that ate forests. Jackson's mime sharp, habitually translating the world into immediate necessities, registered everything as signs. Trampled cycads rendered a map of the sauropod's path. Bark peeled from trunks in long, pale strips. The smell of crushed green leaf hung in the air like a document. Here, the world had been rewritten in teeth and necks and stomachs. The marks were not language, but they were as legible as any warning. "They strip clean," Jackson murmured, more to himself than to the others. "No hiding in low brush after them." This was not merely awe. It was the recognition of scale and the calculus of survival. Giant herbivores changed the land as they fed. In their wake came new niches, clearings that let sun kiss the soil. Pools trampled into shallow hollows that gathered rain. Paths beaten into promenades used by dozens of smaller species. A Brachiosaurus was a slow-motion bulldozer and a mobile scaffold. A Diplodocus's tail was a whip that rearranged undergrowth and, sometimes, the bones of anything foolish enough to nest beneath a low-branched palm. Rui's tail tapped in a deliberate rhythm. "We skirt," she decided, voice low. "We give them a wide berth." Her body spoke the same language as her words, tension coiled in the shoulders, eyes sweeping for tighter channels where the earth might afford escape. Voss's nostrils flared. He watched the sauropods with the long grammar of hunger, but he did not move to stalk. This was not trade to be harried. This was architecture. The caravan's passage produced a string of small dramas. A juvenile Diplodocus, not yet the size to be sovereign over its own motion, got momentarily stuck in a bog. Its distress sounded like thunder. Its leg kicked frantic, ankle slipping between mud and the press of its own weight. Around it, smaller creatures froze, mesopredators that could have taken advantage, insect swarms that would have gorged on exposed tissue. Yet the adult sauropods performed what looked like an ancient courtesy. Heads lowered, neck muscles shivered, one forefoot scoot, another nudged. Their help was clumsy and enormous, but it worked. The juvenile's loud, relieving bellow sent a ripple through the undergrowth. Jackson felt something stir, an inkling that compassion, in whatever chemical registers it took, was not only a human thing. That notion lodged into his chest like a pebble. He had been taught, in the school of survival, that size was a different type of argument, that the planet rewarded forms that could eat them most efficiently, or move to the best water. But here, in the shadow of giants, the argument grew subtler. The sauropods shaped community not merely by destroying places, but by creating refuges. Their footprints, huge ovals that held rain, were small reservoirs of life for all the smaller animals. Their shed skin and the plant detritus they left behind fed beetles and microbes and, later, the predators that fed on the young or weakened. "Signs," Miri said suddenly in a voice like a thin bell. She hopped from rock to root, her body a compact problem solver with feathers catching the thin light. "Look, there!" She pointed with a beak-like motion toward a line of marks half buried in ash, a series of claw impressions. Beside them a tooth slit in bark, and the scoured run of a tail along softer earth. The pattern threaded together like a map. "Velociraptors," she added, and the syllable carried both thrill and an acute respect. The velociraptor, small, feathered, lithe, had a different architecture of adaptation, agility, a balance of joint and tendon tuned to quickness. It used the undergrowth as a channel, and the lines worn by sauropod movement as corridors. Its feet left crescent marks, the famous sickle claw hidden until needed. Intelligence, not language, but an intelligence of timing and pattern, sat behind its eyes. Where the sauropods built passive shelters, the raptors built opportunities. "Where they follow, food follows," Voss said, low and almost wistful. "Small things come to scrape the dung. Small things bring the hunters." He could smell possibility in the pattern, carcass, offspring, misstep. We would be fools not to use their paths. Rui's eyes were hard. "We will not use them where the young hide." Her decision had a mother's geometry embedded in it, rational, inexorable. The hatchlings required a margin of safety, and that shaped every route she would consider. Jaksun felt the tension expand. Even as they skirted the giants, the valley itself was a palimpsest of marks. And every mark invited interpretation and invited risk. The first crescendo of the day came when the group crossed an open plain where the tracks of giants converged with those of predators. The air itself had a metallic tang, old bite marks oxidizing in sun, the scent of old blood and the dry sweetness of crushed fern. A mound of rock and bone lay off to one side, the remains of a hadrosaur, long picked clean but not entirely forgotten. The tooth grooves across the vertebrae were clean, bored with the efficiency of an animal that possessed both brute force and a different sort of subtlety. "They were here," Miri said, voice small, pointing to two parallel impressions leading away from the carcass. The prints were large enough to be T-Rex-sized. A slow, deliberate gait stamped into wet clay months ago when the world had a different face. Big ones. The idea of a Tyrannosaurus T. Rex carved itself like a chill down the spine. T-Rex was an architecture of carnivory. Massive skull, teeth shaped like chisels and axes, jaws engineered to deliver catastrophic force. Yet the adaptation that made it apex was not only tooth or jaw, it was a suite of senses and a body built for surprise. Its olfactory bulbs were enormous. It smelled a kill as birds smell warmth. Its eyes, set forward on the face, offered a crude depth perception. Its neck, thick as a column, allowed it to snap with terrifying speed. Where the Velociraptor built cunning, Rex built crushing certainty. Jackson's mind, omniscient in the way of the narrator but animal in the way of feeling, catalogued this. A predator designed to end arguments in a single, catastrophic motion. Its sign was the deep revolution of earth under each step, its mark the fracturing of bone. Yet in the ash-shadowed present, even Rex left signs of stress. The prints were faint in places, older, weathered. Food was not always abundant. The big hunters are moving farther. Tob grunted, his tone that of someone who'd watched a field go from plenty to thin. When meat thins, they grow mean. He spat, a sound that synchronized with the soft pluck of insects behind them. Conflict tightened, a second crest forming as the group debated route. Voss's eyes glittered with the calculus of predation. "We follow their route near water," he suggested tautly. "The big ones won't be able to hunt in the bogs like they can on dry land. We can pick stray fish and small scavengers." Groe's decision was immediate and maternal. "We move away from water," she said. "We move to ledges and thorn stands and where the giants cannot step." Her mind turned through memories, a previous season when a Rex had cut a route through a thicket, scattering nests and leaving a carcass that scented the air for days. The emotion behind her words was not just fear, but the practiced arithmetic of protecting the young. Jackson felt the choice like a pulse, stay and risk being noticed. Or leave the plains where the most abundant food lay and accept a harsher route in exchange for the hatchlings' lives. They moved toward a copse of ironwood-like trees, an area where trunks grew close and low and made it hard for large predators to swing a kill tooth. The veiled forest was a sign itself, a refuge manufactured by density and low branches. Here, the body plans of different species saw their limits. The tyrant lizard's bulk did not fit between trunks. The velociraptor's agility thrived. The sauropod's neck could feed through the canopy, but its bulk could not enter. As they slipped between trunks, The world tightened into a single sound, leaves pressing back, claws sliding, hearts punching. The ash-thatched light filtered down into a strange green. Jackson's chest scraped the bark of a root as he squeezed through. His hatchling whimpered. He felt, in a quick, animal instant, the weight of leadership, not the romance of command, but the bitter calculus of choices, whose costs multiplied. It was there, in the dark of trunks, bones tired but vigilance high, that a sound like a distant drum rolled, the deep, measured footfalls of something immense, not sauropod but predator. Leaves shook. A smell hit them, O clone of old blood wrapped in a current of musk. Voss stiffened, perversely. Something like excitement flickered across his face. For him, this was theatre. For Rui, it was a threat to be neutralized. For Jackson, the moment became a sharp decision point. A pair of Veloci smaller than the legends, but bright with feathers, ghosted across a low branch, their eyes reflecting thin red in the ashen light. They were not alone. The pack's linear geometry made them a live sign, small, coordinated, and hungry. Their leader, sleek, scar-riddled, gave a chirp that stitched them together. They crept along the trunks with preternatural silence and then, with a suddenness that tasted of teeth, attacked a fat, slow herbivore that had wandered too close to the border of their domain. The attack was fast, almost surgical. Velociraptors did not seek a single big confrontational kill, they hunted like engineers, chipping away at weakness, taking advantage of distraction. Their feathers were not only insulation, they functioned as signaling flags, as thermoregulatory surfaces during exertion, and as stabilizers in tight turns. A raptor leapt and used its wings, stubby but functional, to arrest spin and execute. The scene unfolded like a lesson. Voss watched with the predatory glint of someone learning tricks he would one day perform. Miri, eyes wide, duplicated the chirps in a mimicry of admiration. Rui moved to rescue a trapped juvenile, using her body as a wedge to shove between talon and meat. And for a heartbeat, the fight dissolved into chaos, feathers and teeth and flailing legs. Then the velociraptors withdrew, scent marking their victory and measuring the cost. That withdrawal left a new sign on the earth, 3 feathered prints, a smear of blood now half dried, the ragged edge of a skin torn. The marks were not merely evidence of a kill. They were a statement about the value of adaptation in this throttled climate. Where the Brachiosaurus commanded the canopy and the Diplodocus, the low brows, the velociraptors were artisans of the understory, optimized for tight spaces and team strategies. But the true test came hours later, when the ground groaned and the foliage parted with a graceless, well-practiced certainty. The T-Rex arrived. It did not come as a single violent flash. It came as a reoriented gravity. The tyrant lizard's head lifted above the trees with a slowness that suggested confidence rather than curiosity. Its nostrils quivered. It moved with a terrible economy, weighing risk against reward in a way the others could read like wind. The signs it left were enormous, footprint depressions the size of a hearth, snapped trunks where it had used its head to move obstacles, teeth marks in a log where it had bored for marrow. For a moment, the forest avoided the obvious. This was a beast that could ignore the small drama of agile raptors. It hunted at a scale that could end lives and reshape daily maps. The emotional key turned, fear sharpened into a pragmatic respect. Jackson could feel the ancestral shiver in his spine, where pack hunters took advantage of confusion. The tyrant lizard imposed a different answer. One blow, one decision that could resolve argument and hunger. The creature stood, head tilted, and let out a sound that was a slow, low thing, more like a landscape than a vocal. Rui made a decision that surprised even herself. She stepped forward not to challenge but to leave a mark. She scraped a line of soil with her claws and pushed a branch into a V-shaped sign, then beat her tail on the ground, a signaling ritual the other adults had used across seasons to denote pass heres or danger. It was an act both instinctive and deliberate, an attempt to speak to other minds through the world itself. The T-Rex paused, nostrils taking in that new sign. For a tense heartbeat, predator and prey conversed invisibly through marks and motions. Then the tyrant, satisfied or indifferent, turned away toward a smell farther down, the ghost of a carcass perhaps, or the faint promise of easier prey. It was not a mercy, it was an economy. The twist, the emotional pivot, came in the quiet after. Voss, who had watched with an animal's hunger, bowed his head. He moved closer to Jackson and then, with a small, almost embarrassed motion, touched his forehead to the older theropod's flank. It was an offering of something like alliance. Jackson felt something like astonishment. The predator who had once bellied himself on the idea of taking what he wanted now behaved as a necessary coalition partner. The ash had carved new economies out of old ones. Where once there had been clear lines, predator against prey, size against size, now there were contingent bargains, enforced not by social contract but by survival math. In the aftermath, the group gathered under the shelter of ironwood, licking wounds and comparing the signs left on the earth. They read footprints like pages. The long grooves of sauropod necks in the canopy told them where sun would strike soil. The small, clever marks of the raptors told them where to fear quick strikes. The deepest depressions warned of domination. Each trace was instruction, where to move, where to hide, where to teach the hatchlings. Jackson thought of the Brachiosaurus and the Diplodocus as slow engineers of the ecosystem creatures whose very bodies were adaptations to a world of tall plants and abundant warmth. He thought of the Velociraptor as the artisan of edges and of T. Rex as the blunt force that could reset a map. The planet, he realized with a clarity that was both physical and philosophical, favored different solutions in different places. Heat and water had pushed gigantism in some lineages, flight and feathers in others, crushing force in others still. Every ecosystem, canopy, flat, mangrove, plain, gave a different problem, and organisms met those problems with forms tailored to them. They slept under the roots that night, bodies pressed close, listening to the land shift and make new signs. In the dark, Jackson traced patterns in his mind, footprints overlain like a palimpsest, teeth marks like marginalia. He felt the planet's voice in them, a lesson about adaptation, about how forms that seemed invincible could be humbled by weather and ash, about how small, clever things could survive in even the tightest margins. The lesson read simple, but was not. Survival required reading the world's signs and answering with action, and those answers could be as brutal as they were tender. At dawn the caravan rose and left their temporary shelter. Miri darted ahead, peering at a fresh spoor, a shallow impression of a brachiosaur's foot that had since filled with rain. She splashed her toes and crowed like a child. Rui gathered the hatchlings with a practiced hand. Voss padded along the flank, a presence that had slid quietly and inexorably from challenger to companion. Tob moved like a living barricade, and Jackson walked in the middle, listening to the land and the creatures that left it in marks. They would carry those signs forward, etch them into memory and bone. The planet kept changing, as it always had, flinging raw events across the stage, ash and tides, heat and cold. Creatures adapted long necks became a way to pluck lives from the high green. Claws and feathers became tools for hunting and for show. Teeth and jaws became ways to end argument. Their superior adaptations were not trophies, but responses, each fit for its niche. As the procession threaded into a new valley, the narrator, the mind that knew both the immediacy of claws and the slow calculus of epochs, observed the most important mark they left: the trace of learning. Each footprint, each scraped root, each carved branch would persist for seasons, then for millennia as stone. Those marks would be records, pale foils of a living present. The planet would keep them like a ledger. New species would read them, adapt, and leave their own marks. Jackson kept one simple vow as they moved: to learn the signs, teach the young how to read them, and answer the planet's questions with motion. Survival had become less about single victories and more about how well a creature could listen to the map written in mud and leaf and bone. He glanced at Miri, at Rui, at Voss, each a sign in themselves of a world rearranged, and felt a fierce, small hope that adaptation, like a mark on soft earth, could be repeated into perpetuity. They left behind a trail of smashed fern and turned over stones, of claw marks and tooth grooves, as if to write their passing into the planet's ledger. Somewhere far in the future, those marks might harden into fossils and be read by minds that could name fear and compassion and call them by words. For now, they were simply marks, urgent, practical, alive. And as the valley swallowed the line of creatures, the world closed over the signs they had made and opened, in turn, new margins where life could try new answers to the same old question: how to keep living when the rules keep changing. "Get back! Careful!" A gloved hand slapped the edge of the trench, and a thin plume of dust trembled into the wind. "There's an articulated rib. Don't scrape lift." The young technician obeyed, hands trembling more from exhilaration than fear, and eased a small sheet of rock away. Underneath, an arc of curved pale bone glinted like a secret tooth. Someone laughed, a sound that was half triumph, half unbelief. Dr. Lena Hart crouched beside the cut and let the moment live in her chest. The bones lay in a shallow V, articulated as if the animal had fallen asleep and been frozen by time. Around them, the hard sediment held impressions, delicate feather-like filaments, the faint scallop of a belly. A circle of crushed fern where a nest had once been. It was a lockbox of an instant shelved for 66 million years, and now it was opening. She looked up only long enough to meet Matteo's eyes. His mortarboard of a hat was dusted with fine grey ash, and felt both the small vanity of the discovery and the tremor that ran under it, what these bones would say about the lives that left them. "This layer is volcanic ash," Matteo whispered, implied meaning clear, rapid burial, an anoxic coffin. Fossilization would be faithful here in ways that deserts and slow rivers were not. Lena's throat went dry. She had been chasing such honesty in stone her whole life. This was the hook, a modern field team at an exposed cliff face slapped open by erosion, finding a tableau. For the listeners of her upcoming talk, the moment would begin with action, with the grate of tools and the breath of the team, and then, as the bones were cleaned and catalogued, it would unfurl into a longer truth about time and trace. Part 1. The dig drew Lena into a past that had no name for her meaning. She had a childhood full of fossil drawers and a father who took her to museums and said, "Reverend, these are stories in stone." That sentimental line had matured into something harder, a scientist's hunger for context, for taphonomy, for the ways events became archive. She introduced her team to the bones as she would an old friend, gentle, precise. Nearby, the articulated skeleton would later be dubbed Specimen JX1 by the lab after field tags that nodded to the mythic. Possibilities of personal stories. Though to Lena, the site was already something else, the fossilized aftermath of a scene she could almost see. She assigned roles in the small ritual of excavation. The student who would make detailed field drawings, the one who would bag matrix samples for geochemistry, another who would run sediment sieves looking for eggshell fragments and microfossils. Each had a private story of why this work mattered. Each carried an intensity born of a devotion to a deep arc of time. Part 2. The first real cascade of consequence happened when the cleaned skeleton showed more than bone. Microscopic analysis of the ash layer revealed a sudden burial event, volcanic tephra that fell with lethal thoroughness, smothering a shallow nesting hollow and preserving feather impressions against the rock as if someone had pressed fabric into wet plaster. Sheltered inside the nest were more than bones, nests with eggs, clutch arrangements, even the tiny, articulated vertebrae of hatchlings curled beneath a larger adult's flank. Late afternoon light on the slab seemed to restore, faintly, the original composition of the scene. Lena's team, tired from a day of careful blows and brushes, felt the reverence of people holding fragile evidence of behavior. To the rocks they had opened, this was not merely a body, it was an archive of a moment parental care, perhaps. The suddenness of catastrophe, the communal jam of survival, turned into petrified hush. The word brooding reached Lena's throat like a prayer. As the lab's CT scanner unfolded its ghostly slices, the narrative options multiplied. The adult skeleton's chest cavity contained traces where a heart had once been. A compact cluster of bone that suggested strong pectorals and perhaps a chest adapted for breathing with efficiency. The hatchlings' positions suggested protection rather than separation. The ash had not anonymized the lives, it had fixed their gestures. That fixity was not an inert gift. It pushed Lena and her colleagues into a public role. These bones could speak to the long-argued question of dinosaur cognition and sociality. If a theropod, one with feathering and compact brains, was found in a brooding posture with articulated hatchlings, it would feed a story that would not remain purely scientific. Politicians, ethicists, and the public would be ready with simpler headlines. Were dinosaurs more human than we thought? Museums would clamour to display the specimen. The team felt the press of consequence. Part 3. Debate sharpened into the first public confrontation when the CT endocast of the skull was rendered. The fossils inside of the brain case. An impression of neural tissue preserved by the minerals that had crept into cavities was a map. It showed an enlarged forebrain relative to body size and, crucially, convolutions and proportions that in modern birds correlated with advanced sensory integration and problem-solving. Troodontids and some dromaeosaurs had long been suspects. Their encephalization quotients were higher than many contemporaries, suggesting nimble intelligence compared to their bulkier kin. "Look at the cerebrum," Matteo said in the lab, voice both exultant and guarded. He tapped a contour on the screen. "This is not a simple reptilian brain. This is bird-like in architecture." The words tripped into public channels faster than the team could calibrate them. Across town, the phone lines lit up. The press wanted statements. The museum curator wanted photos for a new gallery. Lena found herself in a room of colleagues with voices pulled taut between awe and caution. Some argued that such endocasts told us about sensory processing more than about intelligence or about compassion. Others, with a readiness bordering on zeal, framed the specimen as evidence that social behaviors, learning, and even problem-solving were more widespread among theropods than textbooks allowed. The controversy bled into human emotion. Dr. Hart felt it pull at something private, memories of her father's reverence, of the small birds that nested in the eaves of her childhood home, of how she had once found a modern nest and held its fragile warmth in her palms. The fossils, cold, mineral, began to generate questions she had never expected to answer in public. What kind of mind keeps watch over hatchlings, and does that care make some creature morally weighty? The stakes were philosophical as much as scientific. Part 4. The debate became a trial when a competing team published a critical paper, cautioning that brain case size was an imperfect proxy for cognition, that nervous tissue could not be read as thought, and that such inferences crossed from paleontology into philosophizing. They raised the spectre of error. Preservational bias could exaggerate neural volume in fossils where cranial sinuses mineralized. In odd ways, they argued, modern analogues like crocodilians could have surprising behaviors without large forebrains. A burrowed nest might signal environmental pressure as much as devotion. Our job, one critic wrote, is not to make dinosaurs into moral analogues of ourselves. The tone was trenchant, and the headlines were immediate. Lena, who had become a reluctant public face, felt cornered. In the lab late at night, she argued with the data and with her conscience. The CT endocast was robust. Histological sampling suggested rapid burial and minimal deformation. Additionally, the sedimentary chemistry showed elevated levels of phosphates and rare organics, molecules consistent with partially preserved proteins. If those molecular fingerprints held up under scrutiny, they might reveal more than bone structure. They could hint at metabolic rates, growth patterns, even aspects of diet. She found herself in a face-to-face that felt like theatre with Dr. Kamau Adeyemi, an older paleoneurologist whose skepticism was famous for being both sharp and fair. Kamau's lined face was kindlier in person than his op-ed suggested. "We are not gods of time, Lena," he said quietly as they stood over the scan. "We read the margins. Be bold, but be small in what you claim." She bristled for a moment, then let the anger cool into armor. "I won't claim minds equal to modern corvids," she answered. "But we can say this much. The structures corresponded to sensory integration and motor planning in ways that suggest complex behavior. The nesting context supports sociality. That's not metaphysics, it's an inference from multiple independent lines of evidence." The twist came when an independent lab reported the presence of calcium-bound protein fragments, peptides that might, with further work, be sequenced. The molecular evidence promised a new turn. If traces of keratin or collagen survived in recognizable forms, it could inform on tissue types, on whether feathers were insulatory or display structures, and perhaps, controversially, on metabolic rates that co-vary with cognitive capacity. The debate no longer sat in dusty journals alone. Ethical questions leaked into the public stage. If some theropods showed behavioral complexity and social care, what did that mean for the morality of reconstructing or even resurrecting ancient genomes? A handful of bioethicists argued that intelligence, even in a distant, different form, would impose obligations on those who might contemplate revival. Others dismissed such talk as premature, insisting that scientific prudence demanded more data. Lena stood before a packed public lecture hall 2 weeks later and tried to braid the science into a single narrative. She told the story of the fossil, sudden ashfall, nest and hatchlings caught in an instant, tissues mineralizing into a cache of chemistry. She showed the endocast and described what the shapes meant in measured terms. She refused deliberately to let the evidence be used as a bridge to certainty. "We reconstruct," she said, voice steady, "but reconstruction is always a conversation between humility and curiosity." Part 5. The consequences were not clean. In the weeks that followed, museums restaged dinosaur galleries with a tenderness unthinkable a decade earlier. The specimen, JX1 in the catalogue, became a star. Its positions rendered in life-size dioramas of feathered theropods tending nests under a falling ash sky. Children pressed faces to display glass, and older visitors paused at the looping scans, whispering about the continuity of care. The scientific community, meanwhile, accepted that the locus of the debate had shifted. It was no longer whether dinosaurs could have been intelligent in some sense. It was what the evidence should be allowed to imply. On the human side, policy lagged behind excitement. An arts council funded an exhibit that asked blunt questions about empathy across millions of years. An ethics panel convened to discuss de-extinction in terms that now included cognitive considerations. A handful of politicians introduced a bill recommending careful international review before any bioengineering attempt sought to revive lost clades, language more cultural than legal, but it signaled how tightly the fossil record had gripped public imagination. For the rocks themselves, the story was quieter but no less profound. The fossil JX1 lay catalogued in a museum drawer that smelled faintly of archived paper and oil. Its bones were photographed, scanned, and archived. Samples were split and distributed to labs around the world. Each test was a new way of asking the same old question: what had life done, and how did the planet record it? Beneath the headlines, a deeper lesson took hold in Lena's mind. Fossils were, after all, traces, left through processes that selected for preservation as surely as for survival. Rapid burial in ash, the lack of scavenging due to oxygen-starved conditions, and mineral-rich percolating waters were the taphonomic luck that turned flesh into stone. The bone itself could be permineralized, pores filled with silica or calcite. Original biominerals could be replaced molecule by new minerals in a slow chemistry of drift. Impressions, molds and casts could record external forms like feathers or scales, while chemical residues might preserve fragments of protein. Footprints and nests, the trace fossils, would become the most compelling record of behavior, often more eloquent than bone alone. At the same time, Lena realized that human eyes would always tend to see in fossils what they brought with them: cultural anxieties, moral projections, and the hunger to connect. The debate about intelligence revealed as much about the modern mind as it did about ancient ones. Her team had, with reverence and restraint, given the world another window into a past that was not empty, and the view it revealed was complex. A tapestry of instinct, cooperation, competition, and perhaps in some lineages, emergent cognition. In the cool, lamplit quiet of her office, Lena pinned a photograph of the nest to the wall above her desk. The hatchlings were curled as if sleeping, their feather impressions soft in the stone. She imagined Jacksoon, a name she had suggested once in jest, borrowing from the old names the team had given for the lives they studied. Breathing the ash, making the last choices as the planet shifted. She pictured him not as a fossil, but as a living mind whose gestures had been turned into script. The ending of this part of the story was not a final answer, but a changed horizon. The spectacular finds had reassembled a lost world with a fidelity that surprised even the most cautious. They let humans peer at the nesting behavior, breathing patterns, and possible cognitive landscapes of creatures that had been alive long before any human eyes could watch. They had set off debates that would not be settled by a single bone or a single pectide fragment. Instead, they would be worked out in laboratories and ethics panels and museums for decades to come. Lena walked the night-aged galleries one evening, past displays of scales and feathers and reconstructed nests, and felt a kinship not with the fossilized forms, but with the act of listening. The fossil record, she thought, was a ledger written unevenly across rock-tattered, biased, and at times revelatory. It recorded what the planet allowed to be recorded, and humans, with their keen curiosity and flawed compassion, would keep interpreting those traces. Outside, the wind meant something else entirely. It shook the museum banners and rattled the city in a way that was both minor and constant. Inside, the fossil lay under lights, its secrets teased into the open by microscopes and scanners. At the center of the controversy, the question remained open: how to measure intelligence across epochs, across architectures of mind. Some species, troodontids, dromaeosaurs, and certain hadrosaurs, would be points on that map, names in footnotes and centerpieces of exhibits. Others would remain whispers, their lives known only in fragments. The planet, if it had any patience left, kept making marks and erasing them in equal measure. For the scientists and laypeople who had been handed JX1, the job was not to press certainty into the past, but to read the traces with humility, to allow the fossil to be what it was. A residue of life that would, in time, reconfigure human thought about cognition, care, and continuity. Lena left the lights on low and closed the gallery door. In the dark, the specimen slept in its case, no longer simply prey to the ash or prey to time, but a hinge between epochs. The story would continue, layered on with new finds and new controversies, each one another turn of the planet's long, patient ledger. And somewhere in that unspooling narrative, the living subjects of those old chapters, Jackson and Rui, hatchlings and herds, would remain alive, translated into stone, debated and adored, traces of lives that had dared to be ordinary and, because of that, had left extraordinary marks. "Hold still, don't let the matrix rip," Matteo hissed, breath fogging in the cold tent light as he eased the pneumatic microscribe along the cranial seam. The dust fell like a slow confession. Lena's hand hovered, the faint tremor in her wrist betraying the steadier face she wore for the cameras and the grant committees. There's the cerebrum impression," she whispered, more to herself than to the room. The scanner's ghostly cross-sections glowed on the laptop like a map of some impossible city. For a single long minute, everyone simply listened to the sound of labor brushes, the soft scrape of stone against bone. Then Miri's laugh, sharp and incredulous, slipped out. "It's bigger than I expected." Matteo's fingers hovered, unsure whether to celebrate or to continue with that exacting restraint required when instruments met truth. This was the new hook, not an eruption of fame, but the slow uncovering of an interior. The fossil they had called udon in field reports, somewhat jokingly, an awkward contraction that smelled of inside jokes and long hours under sun, had yielded an endocast that refused to be ordinary. At the center of their excavation, under the compost of ash and the flattened imprint of a nest, was a cranial cavity swollen in a way that would force paleontologists and philosophers, museums and ethicists to change their language about dinosaur minds. Part 1. The People and the Place. Lena Hart had not expected to become anything resembling a prophet. She had wanted, once, only to understand how time turned flesh to fossil. She had been a girl who cleaned shells in a tray and listened to the slow, patient explanations of her father in a museum gallery. These things, he had said, are stories that survive only if the earth decides to keep them. That patience had hardened into a discipline. Years of stratigraphy, of telling partners to hold still while the wind tried to steal the sediment, had trained her to love fragments and mistrust certainty. Around her, the field team wore versions of the same hunger. Matteo, with his meticulous habit of folding specimen tags like origami, wanted categorization, a place for everything and everything in its place. Miri, named by the students after the lithe scout in the archive of imagination they loved to invoke, had an ear for behavior, for small, animal movements that became clues. There was also Eleanor, small and fierce, who collected microscopic traces as if they were confessions, and quiet Navid, who took close-up photos with a hero's patience and the stubbornness of someone who had once photographed a fossil so perfectly that a journal had used his image uncredited for a cover. They had come to this outcrop because the sedimentary layers suggested a rapid ashfall, an instant grave, a possibility for exceptional preservation. They had come, expecting bones, perhaps a nest, perhaps a hint of behavior. They had not expected the swirl of consequence that would follow when a brain's impression glowed on a monitor, an expanded forebrain, a wrinkling of surfaces that in birds corresponded to complex sensory integration, motor coordination, and what, in human shorthand, might be called planning. Lena felt the old mix of exhilaration and dread. She could see, in her mind's eye, the roster of skeptics who would call for caution and the journalists who would scream in headlines. She also felt something quieter, an ache, a softness, when she imagined the living animal who once filled that cranial space, breathing, brooding over eggs, deciding in small ways that would never fossilize. Part 2. The Discovery and the Question. The lab's first renderings did not merely show volume, they hinted at architecture. The udon endocast had an enlarged nidipallium, what, in modern avians, is associated with problem-solving and flexible behavior, and a proportionally large cerebellum for fine motor control. Those features, when found together, were the sort of combination that compelled a scientist's hands to pause. Imagine a theropod that had not only the sensorium of a modern corvid, but also the wrist articulation to manipulate objects. Matteo sat at midnight, his voice thin with the exhaustion and the electric pitch of discovery. Not humanoid, not a little person, but capable of coordinated manufacture. If the ash had not come, we'd never have known. Lena heard the hypothesis in his words, a speculation the team would later dress in conditional sentence and statistical models. If the KPG boundary had not come to cut the thread of those lineages, could a dinosaur whose brain anatomy already trended toward the bird-like have continued along that path toward something we might call intelligence? It was a heady question, almost theatrical. In the quiet of the lab, Lena rehearsed versions of it as if trying on costumes. If Udon's descendants had time. Suppose. Imagine a world in which these neural configurations were selected over millions of years. She knew the science that could be brought to bear, comparative neuroanatomy, ontogeny, constraints imposed by body plan and metabolism, but she also felt, somewhere behind her ribs, the impulse that had made humans tell stagings and parables for millennia, to imagine not only the past as it was, but the past made different. That evening, she walked outside the tent and let the cold cut the frantic edges from her thoughts. Overhead, a crow hopped, a dark punctuation against the sodium lamps of the dig site. It watched her with an intelligence that made her laugh despite herself. The bird's beady eye, the tilt of its head, the way it recognized and accepted that humans could be a source of loose food. These were not fossils. These were living continuations of an evolutionary conversation. Part 3. The Evidence and the First Climax. The first public turn came when an independent lab ran a comparative analysis of the odon endocast and modern bird brains. The results could not produce certainty. They produced probabilities and affinities. The odon brain's architecture expanded pallial regions, increased folding where sensory inputs converged, clustered with corvids and parrots more than with the crocodilian grade of brain, common in many other dinosaurs. In presentations and in hushed review sessions, the team argued carefully. Corvids displayed problem-solving, episodic-like memory, social complexity. Parrots demonstrated exceptional vocal learning and relative contextual understanding. The lecture halls filled with people who wanted to know, could these modern abilities have had an ancient root? The first climax was a meeting at the museum where Lena had given many small lectures in the past. This time the hall was packed, seats pressed to the limit. A gardener's bell rang faintly as someone fidgeted in the back. Lena unveiled the scans, the odon brain casting in spectral colors, the overlay with corvid endocasts, the mapped regions of neural expansion. She presented models of likely behavioral repertoires, prolonged parental care, enhanced spatial memory, tool-assisted feeding, even early forms of social learning that could pass acquired behaviors across generations. It's not an argument for sentience in a human sense, she said, and her voice, the voice of a scientist used to weighing metaphors, held the room. But these are not random changes. The anatomy suggests a gradient. If external selection pressures favored increased manipulation, social complexity, and ecological challenges, if those pressures continued without interruption, this is a trajectory that could plausibly continue. A reporter asked the inevitable, "So you're saying dinosaurs could have become as smart as us?" The room inhaled. Lena had rehearsed such moments and knew better than to answer in absolutes. She smiled with the tired grace of someone who knows how to hold the fire. "No," she replied, "not us. Intelligence is not a ladder whose rungs lead inevitably to humanity. But their brains may well have continued elaborating along a path that produces complex cognition, different in hardware, different in behavior, but complex nonetheless." Part 4. The Speculative Turn and the Emotional Twist. Here, the narrative took a turn from the empirical to the speculative, and it did so in a public way that none of the team could fully control. A popular science magazine ran a spread that paired Lena's scans with an artist's reconstruction of what descendant lineages might look like: feathered creatures with dexterous forelimbs, beak-like mouths refined into manipulating tools, social structures hardwired into colonies. The piece carried a haunting subheading: "If they had lived, would they have thought?" That image unleashed two parallel reactions. In dinner party conversations and online threads, the imagery fed a human urge to anthropomorphize, to put hands, words, and goals into forms that did not evolve to think like humans. In the academy, there was a more precise, quieter revolution. Ethologists pointed to corvids that used tools in sequences to get food. Neuroscientists cited the pallium's convergent evolution as proof that different architectures could yield similar functions. Philosophers raised ethical questions. If a lineage were to evolve comparable levels of cognition, what moral obligations would later species, the successors of Homo sapiens, have toward them? Lena's own role became personal in a way she had not anticipated. A week after the magazine issue, she found a small parcel in the lab, an anonymous gift wrapped in brown paper. Inside was a polished bone, an ibis bone, a piece of natural history tied with a note. Things survive through form. Do you see them? The note had no signature. She understood the sentiment as soon as she unfolded the paper. Someone had read the article and felt the ache of continuity too. The emotional twist came unexpectedly when a raven black, impeccable, and bolder than most, began to leave trinkets outside the lab door, a rusted washer, a button, a small polished marble. The students joked, named it Hal, and fed it scraps. But Hal's visits became a ritual. Once, when Lena sat under a lamplight poring over endocast overlays, the bird landed on the windowsill and placed a flat, dark pebble at her feet. The gift felt like a symmetry. Behind Lena's professional caution, a private tenderness bloomed. She was no longer pure observer. She belonged to a chain that included living birds who offered small tokens, and she felt an odd kinship with whatever, mind, avian, or ancestral, had once been housed in that hollow skull of fossil. It was not proof that Odon would have given rise to tool-making avians. It was, instead, a living refrain. The forms of cognition. Lena's team had glimpsed in stone were not alien to the world she walked in every day. Corvids and parrots carried real, demonstrable intelligence. They were, in a sense, the continuation of a neural experiment that had begun long before humans ever carved narratives about it. Part 5. The confrontations and the decision points. Public debate did not wait politely for the slow motions of publication. Museum boards wrestled with exhibit language. How much to say about intelligence when the data remained a gradient? Ethicists convened panels with titles that sounded like bad fiction. If they had lived, ethics of de-extinction and cognition. A few artists produced protest pieces that depicted avian overlords chiming bells of revenge. Lawmakers, predictably, responded with earnest calls for committees and for caution. Lena found herself in the center of a series of interviews where she had to say over and over what could be said with scientific integrity. Her favorite answer became a modest piece of counsel. We can say we have found a structure that supports complex behavior in its present analogues. We can say that life is creative. We cannot say we have found a lost human mind. Yet decisions pressed. Funding bodies ask whether to prioritize molecular studies that might extract surviving peptides, or whether to expand the field surveys for more Udon specimens. A private donor offered to fund a high-profile exhibit on the intelligent dinosaurs angle, promising crowds and attention. Lena had to decide how to direct the story unfolding around her find, to shield it from sensationalism, or to let it ignite public imagination. She chose restraint wrapped in openness. She agreed to exhibits, but insisted on careful wording. She authorized more testing, but insisted on replication. She invited philosophers and ethicists to speak at the museum and ask the public the questions. The choice was political as much as scientific, to let the find be an impetus for a broader conversation about continuity, not a billboard for fantasy. Part 6. Continuity, consequence, and the quiet ending. The immediate consequences were practical. The Odon scans informed a new research program mapping palleal structures across a wider swath of theropod fossils. Graduate students found thesis topics and careers in a world newly interested in the neural architecture of deep time. Museums retooled displays of theropods emphasizing feathers, brooding, and behavioral complexity rather than the old two-tone scripts of savagery. The the longer consequence was more subtle. People began to watch corvids with different eyes. Children returned to the museum with questions about the raven that had left a pebble at the lab door. Conservationists used the renewed public affection for birds to argue for habitat protection. Ethicists drafted policy proposals about how to view sentience across disparate architectures, how to consider moral standing when. Minds evolved on separate hardware and with different goals. And Lena, who had wanted, most of all, to be an honest translator between deep past and present, found herself with another small, ineffable reward. Late one evening, in the quiet museum basement where the udon slab rested behind glass, she stood with the endocast under a soft lamp. Her fingers traced the rim of a fossilized feather impression still preserved nearby. She thought of Jackson and Rui and the hiss of ash in the beginning of their story, of hatchlings tucked beneath a downed log, of the slow, patient work of life to continue. In the end, the question about whether dinosaurs could have become as intelligent as humans revealed itself to be less important than a different observation. Intelligence, in the great biological sense, is a many-branched consequence of environmental opportunity, bodily constraints, and the contingencies of survival, where selective pressures favored manipulation, social learning, and complex navigation of environments. Neural architectures elaborated accordingly. In the warm, shallow seas and the tangled canopies of the Mesozoic, those pressures had existed and would have continued to exist had the boundary event not truncated lineage after lineage. But evolution is not a ladder. No destiny draws a straight line to humanity. Instead, it scrolls divergent paths that sometimes meet at functional similarities. Outside the museum, a raven left a new token on the steps, a button worn and blue. Lena pocketed it like a small confession, and when she walked home she felt the particular, quiet thrill of someone who had been allowed to listen at a very old conversation and, by accident and patience, to speak back. She did not claim answers. She continued to file and to test and to teach. She told children again and again that the past does not belong to any single story. It belongs to the living, who carry fragments forward. The Odon endocast remained in the collection as a hinge-part fossil, part question mark that friends and strangers would visit for years. The final thought, the one she sometimes allowed herself in the dark, was not a speculation about rulers of the world that never were. It was a softer, fiercer thing that life finds ways to continue, and that modern birds are not mere echoes but active heirs. Their corvid cleverness and parrot mimicry are not anomalies. They are part of a lineage that, given different tides, might have elaborated even further. As the raven's footsteps faded into the city's night and the stars blinked through a milky smear of light, Lena sat at her desk and opened the file labeled OOD on. She typed a short note for the catalogue. Endocast suggests expanded pallial regions, behavioral implications probable but not proven. See corvid analogues. Then she closed the laptop and, for a moment, let herself imagine Jackson feeling the ash and deciding to move his brood, a single practical choice that echoed into time. The planet, patient as always, kept making marks, footprints, nests, imprints of feathers pressed into ash and stone. Those marks were a ledger of experiments in cognition and form. Humans, so brief in geological terms, had the peculiar role of reading those marks and translating them back into a living language. Lena knew that translation would always be partial, noisy, human. Still, she believed, with a stubborn tenderness, that if intelligence had been a destination rather than a happenstance, the world would have been ready to answer. For now, Life persisted through birds, bright, quick, curious. That was continuity enough. An ancient experiment in neural architecture had not been destroyed entirely, it had been transformed, conserved in new shapes and songs. And in the end, perhaps, that was the most human truth of all. The long parade of being finds ways to go on, even when the chapters are rearranged by cataclysm. The udon was a hinge, the raven a present. Both were part of a story that continued because someone, something, kept tending the nest. "Look again!" Miri's voice cut the dusk like a chisel. She pointed at the western horizon with a sharp jerk of her head, eyes full of the bright, animal alarm that had kept her alive. A second, thin comet of light tore the sky, smaller than the trailing flares they had seen earlier, but unmistakable. A white-hot needle falling with a terrible, indifferent grace. Jackson's muscles tightened the way a string does before it sings. His nostrils flared, his mouth opened to call, and the sound that came out was a raw, urgent syllable. "Skyfire," he rasped, not a name this time, but a command. Around him, the group stilled as if the land itself had held its breath. Rui's flank brushed his side. "Closer," she said, voice flat. Not yet a noise of panic, but a registry of new danger. Voss pressed his bulk forward, hungry eyes sliding along the skyline for advantage. Tobb's heavy chest rose and fell like a bellows that knew the smell of storms. For a few heartbeats they were a single organism of attention, an ancient mind reading weather and shadow and the calculus of survival. The meteor's tail folded into a ring of smoke that pooled and hung on the western sky. Then another, this one larger, with a tongue of molten colour like a wound, bisected the day. Far off, beyond the range of their hearing, the world exhaled a sound like a drum rolled down a canyon. The first impact was not a shout. It started as a pressure wave in the ground, a vibration that ran through roots, through the cartilage of hatchling throats, through the time-measured patience of the earth. It was the instant when a planet decided to change directions. Hook! The story plunged into motion with the image of the falling sky. That image tethered 2 times, the living present under ash, Jackson's frantic animal choices, and the millions of years later field tent where fine instruments would read the same event in a thin, alien-seeming band of sediment. Each would show the same truth from different angles. Extinction is not a clean line, but a ragged scar. And inheritance can be both a wound and a promise. Part 1. The living moment. Jackson's mind, primitive and exacting, translated the sky into action. He had known storms. He had known fire and floods. Nothing in his life had prepared him for a sky that constructed itself into a weapon. He shoved his hatchlings under the buttress of a fallen fern, feeling for the thrum of their ribs, the fluttering breath of lives not yet finished. He turned to help another, a juvenile who had slipped on the wet clay. His claws found purchase and hauled the little one up. Conversation between adults, short, clipped, freighted with duty, pushed the group into movement. North Ridge. Rui said, "Go to the water," Tobb suggested. Voss sniffed at the wind and grunted indecipherably. A predator's assessment transformed into cooperative migration. They moved in a braided line as the first rain of glass. Fragments began, debris flung high into the atmosphere, shards that rained like the broken teeth of stars. Inside each animal, an economy of choices sped up. Where to press against the earth, when to flee, when to bury young. These were the moral geometries of life in motion. Jackson's old memories threaded through lessons on the meaning of shade, and which roots held safe air beneath them. He felt a possessive burning in his chest, a primitive devotion that had nothing to do with thought and everything to do with attachment. Keep the young alive. Everything else could be settled later. Part 2. The first aftermath and signs. The immediate aftermath was chaos, transcribed into ash. The sky darkened to a bruised copper. Flames licked the horizon where fallen bits of the sky ignited tinder and the scent of. Burning resins sliced the air. The shallow seas, unstable neighbours, percolated and shuddered, throwing up foamy surges that licked far inland. Pools turned sour. Carp and small fish floated belly up under a sheen of chemical burn. Insects peeled away the living world's seams. Billions collapsed in a fragile day. Thousands of miles, and 66 million years later, Lena Hart sat hunched over a slab of rock in the museum lab and brushed sediment from an imbricated, almost miraculous record. A thin, persistent band of fine, dark clay cut across strata like a signature mica that glinted with a strange richness. Under the microscope, the layer shimmered with grains high in iridium, and within the surrounding matrix, tiny, glassy spheres, microtectites, spoke in the blunt language of high-temperature impact. Shot quartz glowed under polarizing filters. That band sang the same song the ash had in Jackson's throat, an abrupt global event. Lena felt her chest press with a sorrow she could not grant the fossils. The sediment was a ledger, an impartial record. The science had converged on this story over decades. An extraterrestrial body, the Chicxulub impactor, had struck near what is now the Yucatan and sent a planetary tantrum through air and sea. The signatures were clear: a spike in iridium, an element rare in Earth's crust, but enriched in meteorites, spherules formed from. Vaporized rock that rained back down, shocked minerals that only the brutal pressures of impact could fashion. She looked across the lab, catching Matteo's glance. He didn't need words. They had spent nights arguing alternative causes. The protracted eruptions of the Deccan traps, the slow famine of changing sea levels. But here, in this thin stripe, lay a pulse. Evidence that a cosmic bullet had written itself into the planet's memory. Part 3. The climax of catastrophe. Back in Jackson's world, the sky had become a living thing. The immediate blast wave flattened trees in bands that would be read, if a mind could stretch that far, like the ribbing of a tidal wave. Fires spread, then converged into a heat lash that singed flesh and baked the air into a choking, dark bath. Many animals died instantly under the sudden application of force and heat. Others were left to a slow, cruel attrition as darkness strangled photosynthesis and plants collapsed. Tectonic and oceanic responses unfolded like clockwork, only far faster and more violent than any clock could bear. Tsunami after tsunami slammed coasts worldwide, scouring nesting beaches, rearranging shorelines into new geographies. Acid rain washed the land. Atmospheric soot and sulfur aerosols masked sunlight for months. Temperatures dropped precipitously in. The months that followed, a global winter, at once sudden and relentless. Lena's hands tightened around the fossil slab as she watched model outputs from climate reconstructions. The data were clear and savage. The impact would have thrown so much material into the atmosphere that sunlight was blocked. Photosynthetic engines stalled, and entire food webs collapsed. The model was not a story, only a plausible mechanism. Yet it matched the biological ledger in the rocks: abrupt mass mortality across many clades. Global patterns of disruption evident in the distribution of fossil remains. The emotional twist arrived in the lab and in the field simultaneously. For Jackson, the event was the end of a known world. His decisions no longer carved long trajectories. He did what he could, huddled, moved, fought. but most of what his species had been would be buried or burned. For Lena and her team, the catastrophe was a kind of beautiful cruelty, an event that explained mass extinction and yet, paradoxically, set the conditions for the modern world. It was grief refracted into curiosity. Part 4. Who survived and why? The direct descendants. When the dust settled, the story that followed was not only about death, but about survival's odd art. Some lineages perished entirely, others endured, often by virtue of traits that now read like small pragmatic advantages. Here, the narrative narrowed and sharpened. The direct descendants of non-avian dinosaurs were not lost. They persisted in the forms of birds. Modern birds were not cousins or distant echoes. Lena's team and generations of paleontologists insisted. Birds were living dinosaurs, heirs bearing genetic and morphological traces of their ancestors. The fossil record documented continuity in surprising detail. Feathers, once thought to be late embellishments, were discovered in a phalanx of theropods. In exquisite impressions that mirrored the down and flight plumage of modern aves. The presence of a furcula. The wishbone appeared in multiple theropod skeletons, hollow. Pneumatic bones that linked to a bird-like respiratory system showed up in long-necked and small-bodied forms alike. Nesting behaviors, brooding postures like the one in JX1, and clutch arrangements paralleled the avian repertoire. Even the three-fingered hand, modified for wing structure in birds, traced a lineage of form. But it was not only bones and shapes. Over the last half-century, developmental biology had peeled apart how genes choreograph form. Lena discussed this with Dr. Kamau over coffee when the lab closed and the museum's lights dimmed. "There's a stubborn conservatism in genetic toolkits," Kamau said, tapping his spoon against his mug. Hox genes, FGF pathways, BMP signaling, they're recycled. The way a chicken embryo lays down digits can be nudged to produce atavistic traits. Modern birds retain the genetic scaffolding for teeth, for example. The switches are off. Flip them in the right ontogenetic window and you can get tooth-like structures. Lena pictured, as she had in seminars, the famous experiments where researchers manipulated gene expression in embryos and coaxed chicken embryos to express more primitive skull or tooth structures. Those were not proof of direct descent like a clean chain, but they showed that the genome bore the echoes of ancient forms. The molecular memory persisted. Discussion in the lab turned to feather genetics. The proteins, keratins, found their analogues across fossil impressions and modern species. Melanosome patterns discovered in fossil feathers had allowed paleontologists to reconstruct colors. The tiny architecture of pigment cells told stories about displays and camouflage and hinted at behaviors, courtship, signaling, sensory ecology. Bird lungs, with their air sac system, were likewise traceable to dinosaurian ancestors who had hollowed their bones to create an efficient respiratory apparatus. A likely advantage when metabolism ran hot. The continuity is multi-layered, Lena said at a press event. Anatomy, development, behavior. The birds did not appear ex nihilo. They are a branch of a larger tree that had already been experimenting with feathers, brooding, hollow bones, and high metabolic rates. The asteroid did not create birds, but it pruned the tree in ways that favored their survival and later diversification. Part 5. The debate, the human response and consequence. Conversations in the public sphere turned quicksilver. The Chicxulub hypothesis won near consensus in the scientific community because it explained global signals with a single, parsimonious mechanism, a large impact delivered global climate shock. Yet nuance persisted. Some authors argued that the Deccan Traps's enormous volcanic eruptions had stressed ecosystems before the impact, that combined pressures pushed communities past tipping points. That synthesis, impact plus volcanism, was gaining traction among modelers who saw the mass extinction as multi-causal, a compound event in which timing mattered. Lena, often thrust into the public eye, balanced caution with conviction. She explained iridium anomalies and shocked quartz to children with patient metaphors, equating the iridium spike to a signature on a page of Earth's history. She also admitted the unknowns. DNA does not survive 66 million years in any usable form. Claims of intact genomes were science fiction at best, but proteins, peptides, and structural residues sometimes held fragments that, cautiously, could be analyzed. The rules of taphonomy determined what survived, and survival was as much a matter of circumstance as of trait. In conversations with her team, Miri, who by now had acquired the affectionate nickname for her curiosity, asked the question every layperson wanted answered: so what's left? How do we know what came after? Matteo, who liked the tidy beauty of classification, answered: we read the living, the birds. Their feathers, their lungs, their nesting shows us what stuck. And we read the rocks for when the cut came. Together, they tell a story of pruning and of proliferation. Consequences were practical and ethical. As the public embraced the idea that birds were living dinosaurs, policy and conservation narratives shifted. People found it harder to abstract birds from their Mesozoic ancestors. Admiration for corvid intelligence and parrot mimicry turned into a moral petition for habitat preservation. Museums rewrote captions. School children learned that their sparrows were not mere passerines but survivors of a cataclysm. The emotional twist came when Lena held a living bird in her palm after a symposium, an injured pigeon in a municipal rescue center, and felt a peculiar kinship that had nothing to do with cleverness and everything to do with lineage. The pigeon's eye read her, tilted as if surprised to be recognized. She thought, absurdly tenderly, of Jackson's hatchlings, of small breaths kept alive under ash, and felt a grief strung through time. The asteroid had been of violence, but the debris of that violence had been the nursery for a new world. Part 6. Ending, Continuity, Legacy, and the Ledger in Stone. The final lesson arrived as a convergence. The sedimentary band of iridium and spherules, the plasticity of developmental genes, and the living testimony of birds all told a single, multifaceted story. The Chicxulub impact was the most widely accepted proximate cause of the end, Cretaceous mass extinction. Its fingerprints were everywhere in the geological record. It had initiated a planetary winter that broke food webs and rearranged evolutionary opportunity. Those lineages that carried the right combination of size, dietary flexibility, nesting behavior, and, crucially, small body plans that could exploit refugia, prevailed. In the quiet of the museum lab, Lena laid out a series of images side by side, a feather impression from JX1, the iridium-rich slug from the KPG boundary, an endocast suggestive of complex pallial regions, a photograph of a crow placing a washer on a windowsill. The juxtaposition was a small sermon. Life does not travel in straight lines, nor does extinction resolve into moral neatness. It is a braided, gnarled thing that leaves signatures both brutal and beautiful. Jackson's last days were not rendered in rock alone. The fossils told a partial tale of ash and burial, but Lena's reconstructions allowed her to imagine him in full, a decision-making animal who loved his young by whatever chemistry constitutes parental care. In his line, a being whose world ended in a moment no mind could fully foresee. Yet in the ash that smothered so much, the architecture of his descendants, feathers nesting, the pulmonary scaffolding, stayed alive, hidden within genes, and in the small surviving forms that pecked at warm refuse. The planet kept a ledger, patient and indifferent. Iridium layers and shocked quartz were its entries, feathers and gene networks its marginalia. Human beings, brief and noisy, had the odd privilege of translating those marks into narrative and responsibility. Lena closed the file on JX1 for the night and walked out under the museum's lamps. A small flock of starlings argued on the telephone wires, their shaped silhouettes cut from living shadow. She felt in the hush of her steps a complicated tether, grief for the lost and gratitude for the survivors. The Chicxulub impact had been a clean instrument of change. It had ended a chapter of grandeur and set the pages for another. The survivors were not less noble for being small. They were continuations, direct descendants of dinosaurian lineages, bearing genetic fingerprints of the old world in their feathers, air sacs, and the very architecture of their behavior. When the starlings launched into the night, a single bird split from the group and circled Lena, then dove to land on a nearby bench. It cocked its head at her in the precise, curious way Corvus and other avians do, as if asking whether she had more to say. Lena smiled and, feeling both the weight and the lightness of a long conversation that had no neat conclusion, whispered, "We keep your stories. We read the marks." The planet, which had been both author and eraser, turned another slow page. Under stone and in genomes, the traces of what had lived. Feathers and wishbones, brooding behaviors and melanosome patterns remained to be read and reread. In those traces, the descendants of dinosaurs lived on, not as ghosts of what was lost, but as active, singing continuations. The Chicxulub event had been a boundary in time. Birds were an answer that crossed it. "Look at this. Look now." Lena's gloved fingers stabbed at the graph so hard the stylus chimed against the tablet. The screen bloomed in a sudden humming clarity, a sharp, metallic spike traced across a grey band of sediment. "Mercury!" Matteo breathed, already reaching for a pipette. "That can't be coincidence." Outside the lab, the city had the blurred hush of late evening. Inside, the hum of instruments and the faint chemical tang of preservatives filled the air. Lena felt a strange animal flutter in her ribs, equal parts fear and exhilaration. For months, they had mapped the thin band that marked the end of the Cretaceous, iridium anomalies, microtectites, shocked quartz. All of it pointed to a violent punctuation in Earth's ledger. But this Mercury signature, highly correlated with large igneous province activity, said something else, something patient and slow, the sort of violence that arrives as a suffocating insistence. "Plia's data fits this," Matteo said, voice lowered as if the chart itself were a secret. Her Deccan cores show pulses. Mercury spikes line up with major flows. Each pulse is a global weather event. Lena let the words sink. The story they had been telling, of a sky-made catastrophe that delivered a sudden nuclear winter and erased giants with a single stroke, had comfort in its simplicity. The narrative was cinematic, a rock, a flash, a planet plunged into darkness. But science, as she knew too well, was rarely so tidy. The Mercury spike dug its nail into the neatness and demanded a second reading. Part 1. The people, the place, and the old questions. Dr. Priya Das arrived 3 days later in a wind-dark coat, carrying a battered laptop and the calm focus of someone used to listening to the voice of molten rock. She was shorter than Lena had expected, with quick hands and a steady voice that fit the habitual bluntness of a field scientist. They stood over the slabs and the charts like conspirators at a map. "It's not either or," Priya said before Lena could offer the skeleton of a question. "It's the way the planet stacks disasters on each other." She tapped a sediment column on the screen. Deccan had pulses, hundreds of thousands of years, maybe concentrated into tighter bursts. Each flow expels sulfur dioxide, mercury, CO2. Aerosols cool, CO2 warms, plants suffer. Large herbivores lose their food, predators starve. Then the asteroid comes and finishes the job. Lena thought of Jackson, the living animal they had recreated in sketches and in feeling when they described the fossil in public. The theropod on the slab, curled with hatchlings, had died in a moment made classic by impact models. But the sediments around JX1 also bore dark bands, thin sheets of altered chemical composition that couldn't be explained by a single event. She had seen them with her own hands, faint horizons of malformed pollen, faded plant impressions, layers that hinted at repeated stress. What would that have felt like, she asked, surprising herself. It was not the sort of question that fit well in grant proposals, but it lived in the hollow between data points. For animals like Jackson, if Deccan pulses came first, would they have already been weakened? Priya's eyes softened. Think of a shallow breath that keeps getting squeezed. Plants suffer repeated knocks. Shade, acid rain, soot-reducing photosynthesis. Large animals can't adapt as fast as small ones. Their reproduction is slower. Their food needs higher. A pulsed volcanic assault would make an ecosystem brittle. Add a meteor strike, sudden darkness, soot-laden firestorms, and the brittle breaks. Part 2. The evidence appears like a pattern. The lab became a theatre of layered evidence. Lena and her team ran isotope geochemistry, carbon isotopes that traced plant productivity, mercury that screamed of volcanism, argon dates that tried to pin down the timing of basalt flows. Priya supplied her stratigraphic cores from India, black bands where basalt and sediment locked in conversation, palynological records showing dwindling fern and angiosperm counts in pulses. "Look here," Priya said, spreading a core out on the bench. The sample's face was rough with weathered mineral. The thin layers of ash and soot were like bruises. This is one pulse, then recovery, then another pulse. Each time the biological markers falter but creep back until the final collapse. She pointed to a band of glassy spherules they had assumed were all impact-derived. Not all of these are impact. Some are the result of vaporized rock from explosive volcanic eruptions. In some horizons, mercury and sulfur isotope anomalies co-occur. Matteo was the one to bring up the old models, the nuclear winter scenarios that had reshaped public imagination. He pulled up climate reconstructions where the Chicxulub impact lofted a plume of soot and dust that blocked sunlight for months to years. The models showed global cooling, crop failures, a collapse of photosynthesis. But when they ran longer-term volcanic forcing, sulfur-induced cooling paired with CO2-driven warming, they saw oscillations, cold snaps, warmer phases, acid deposition, an environmental churn that could drive chronic stress on flora and fauna. "The impact is an acute wound," Lena said, fingers tracing the screen. "Deccan is a chronic disease. Together, they're lethal." Part 3. First climax. A debate. Becomes public news outlets, eager for a tidy antagonist, latched onto fragments of Priya's data. Headlines split the world. Asteroid killed the dinosaurs, competed with volcanoes. Did it. Panels filled with shouting scholars who treated each isotope as a slogan. In the edges of the argument, consequences bloomed beyond the academy. Museum dioramas were revised in anxious weeks. Children's books were rewritten. The public wanted a villain. Lena found herself on a morning show studio couch, heady lights making the endocast on her memory blink like a second living face. "So which one did it?" the presenter asked, too bright, as if this were a game. Lena, who had spent years learning to speak the patient grammar of uncertainty, felt the old ache of responsibility. "It's like asking whether a house burned because of a lit match or the months of dry rot," she said. "Both." The asteroid was decisive and sudden. The Deccan volcanism shaded ecosystems with repeated assaults. The models and the stratigraphy show pulses of stress before the boundary. The Earth's systems were already fraying. The studio applauded a casual consensus because the sentence was pretty. But in the quiet after, Lena faced a deeper ethical question. The public wanted a single story of heroic violence. The fossils offered messy truth. How to explain hazard and history without stripping either of their human meaning. Part 4. Main climax. The synthesis and the twist. The turning point came when a team led by Priya and an atmospheric modeler, Miguel Alvarez, published a synthesis. High-resolution argon dates showed a pulse of Deccan basalt flows clustered within tens of thousands of years before and perhaps overlapping with the impact horizon. The atmospheric models they ran were brutal in their honesty. Sulfur dioxide from massive basaltic eruptions could inject aerosols into the stratosphere, causing transient global cooling. But the same eruptions, in their later stages, emitted vast amounts of CO2 that would drive long-term warming, destabilizing rainfall, shifting biomes, and opening the door for invasive stresses. Miguel's simulations layered the impact plume of soot and dust on top of a volcanically stressed atmosphere. The result was not additive so much as multiplicative. The models produced a prolonged double-punch effect, an initial dark winter from the impact, followed by a harrowing period of volatile climate oscillation driven by volcanic gases. Primary productivity crashed, forests thinned, large-bodied herbivores starved, and with them the apex predators. The emotional twist for Lena came not from the math, but from the image that accompanied it, a palimpsest of on-the-ground suffering. She imagined, vividly, Jackson leading his group into the same softening zones Priya had pointed to in the cores, places with low plant counts and scorched leaves where ash and acid had made the ferns bitter. In her mind, his hatchlings, those that weren't taken by immediate disasters, grew up in a world that offered less and less to those. Who ate the most? In a late-night call, Kamawa voiced the humane edge of the debate. "It's harder to care for complexity when you can name a monster," he said. "But perhaps our duty isn't to identify a single villain. It's to understand the chain. Each link matters biologically and morally." Lena lay awake with that idea, thinking of the birds that still left tokens on her windowsill. They were heirs of a line that had survived through small bodies and flexible diets, through nesting that could be hidden and metabolic rates that allowed endurance through lean years. The survival of aves was no romantic accident. It was the consequence of a suite of traits favored under the combined stress of volcanism and impact. Part 5. Consequences, Science, Public Memory, and the Lessons. The synthesis changed the field in ways both sober and profound. Paleontologists adjusted their models of extinction to allow for protracted decline and episodic collapse. Geochronology labs doubled down on precision, wanting to know whether pulses aligned with biotic turnovers at finer scales. Museums reframed exhibits. Not the asteroid did it, but a planet under multiple stresses. The public conversation shifted too. The moral simplicity some craved dissolved into a more complicated empathy. Policy conversations strangely benefited. Conservationists use the story as an argument. Ecosystems fail not only from acute shocks but from chronic pollution. The parallels, bluntly drawn, were uncomfortable but useful. Lena watched coverage that linked the Deccan pulses with modern, human-caused atmospheric injections, fossil fuels and aerosols, and felt a prickling discomfort at the analogy's simplicity. Still, the story served as a caution. For the living characters of Lena's reconstructions, consequences were existential. Large dinosaurs declined, not overnight, but in a drawn attrition where food became a scarce currency and the small and flexible prospered. The last scene Lena could not file away was small, a hatchling, fragile, ash-smeared, finding a soft insect in the folded fronds. It survived because of nimbleness, because it could take smaller meals, hide in roots, and mature quickly. Centuries later, its lineage would still walk the earth in feathers and beaks. The public at the museum leaned in, reading the story on screen. Mercury spikes, basalt flows, impact spherules. Children clustered under the diorama depicting a rainy, ash-dark day, their faces solemn in a way Lena had not expected. A young girl tapped the glass, and an adult explained in simple terms. "Sometimes the Earth gets sick in more than one way," the adult said. "And sometimes it needs a long time to get better." Part 6. Closing. A quiet reconciliation. In the weeks that followed, Lena walked the long corridor of the museum, past the case where JX1 rested under subdued lights. The specimen's feather impressions were still crisp under the lamp. The little claws curled in a way that suggested menace and tenderness in equal measure. She thought of the mercury spike like a scar on the planet's skin, evidence that the world had been knocked and bled in ways both cinematic and slow. She met Priya outside the gallery. The volcanologist had a battered field sample bag slung over her shoulder and a tiny smear of black dust on one glove. They watched a raven bolder than most drop a small scrap of blue plastic on the steps, a token that had the odd gravity of ritual. "It isn't a tidy story," Priya said, nodding toward the fossil. "And our public doesn't always like messy answers." "No," Lena agreed, "but it's truer. The planet keeps complex accounts. Extinctions are a ledger with many entries." They stood there for a long minute, feeling the thin evening air. Then Lena took a small, impulsive step one that linked the two eras she lived between. She pushed open the case and, as the climate-controlled air rushed an infinitesimal breath over the fossil, she whispered, "To the bones and to the raven, we read your marks. We learn." In the echo of that whisper, the lesson was simple and fierce. The Chicxulub impact had been a page in a story already in motion. The Deccan traps had been a long sentence of volcanic writing, each flow a clause that tightened the plot. Together, they composed a narrative in which the large and the specialized were vulnerable and the small and flexible birds, mammals, opportunistic survivors, wove through the devastation and carried the experiment of life forward. Back in the lab, Lena pinned the mercury graph to the board beside the iridium spike and the endocast photograph. The three images, volcanic, impact, and the living mind they suggested, hung like a triptych. She wrote, in careful script beneath them, multiple causes, complex consequences. Remember the living. Outside, as the raven left on a clean, precise wing beat, the city's lights rounded into the distant stars. The planet, patient and indifferent, kept making marks, spherules and basalt and fossil feathers. Humans, brief and curious, would continue to read those marks and argue and mourn and teach. But most of all, in the small, stubborn spaces where life persisted, some lineages had learned to be small, flexible, and quick traits that, in a world of ash and lava and falling sky, turned out to be the most valuable forms of resistance. "Don't touch that edge, support it," Lena snapped, voice low but hard as the strap of the canvas bag. Her gloved fingers trembled more from the shape of the thing beneath the dust than from fatigue. Matteo hurried with a sheet of consolidant. Miri, smaller, nimble, prone to sudden exclamations, kept the LED lamp steady so the detail would not hide in shadow. Under the brush, bone gave up a filigree of pitted, honeycomb texture that did not belong to ordinary taphonomic etching. It was pathological, it was intimate, it meant sickness. They had expected more brooding nests, more feathers preserved in the ash's mercy. They had not expected this. A near-complete hadrosaur limb, rib cage, portions of a pelvis, and a skull whose exposed maxilla showed not only tooth wear and the expected battle scars of life, but a latticework of lesions, raised bone, canals that suggested draining sinuses, healed fractures thick as rope. The specimen lay on its side in a way that suggested collapse rather than scavenger dispersion. The matrix around it held microfossils, pollen fragments, and a faint band rich in tiny glass spherules, a cancerous knowledge of the day the sky had broken. But the bone itself insisted on a different story, a life that had been long enough to make chronic wounds, long enough for some things to have started to mend. Part 1. The context and the people. Lena had led teams into dust for years and had learned to control the drama in her face. Still, when she looked up at the faces haloed by headlamps, Matteo's jaw set like a drawn line. "Priya!" In the doorway, with the scent of the lab on her coat, Elena leaning in with a loupe, Navid taking overlapping photographs. Shh! Felt the old human mixture that had driven her into paleontology, awe braided with sorrow, curiosity softened into empathy. They called the new slab Specimen JX2 on the field tags. Lena kept her private names for fossils almost like confessions. And she had once suggested Jackson for a brooding theropod in a jest that hung now as a memory. The team's Miri, the student who always threaded questions through conversations, had adopted the nickname Miri for herself, because she liked the mythic echo. In the dusted light, the names folded and layered like sedimentary pages. They would later argue about nomenclature in grant proposals, in the trench. It was simply what they had. An animal with pitted bone and a life written in slow, painful margins. Lena's mind catalogued and nested, taphonomy, rapid burial by ash, explained preservation, pathologies itself required interpretation. But interpretation was never purely mechanical. It always threaded through the person who asked the question. For Lena, that person was a child who had once held a sparrow and wondered whether the bird had known fear. She wanted to know what ancient creatures had felt when the planet's rules began to tilt. Part 2. Discovery, action and detail. The trench was a small theatre of motions. Someone tightened a turnbuckle. Someone else eased a bucket up a rope. Lena moved her brush in the fine grain with a surgeon's attention, exposing bone without puncturing the story it held. The hadrosaur's ribs rose and fell through stains that might be fungal. The limb bore a remodeled midshaft where periosteel bone had thickened into a bulbous scar. The skull's alveoli were partially filled with mineralized calculus along the jaw. An old break had healed at an odd angle, a deformity that suggested infection running in the marrow. In several places, tiny, neat grooves looked like bite marks that had healed, evidence that, at some point, a conspecific or a predator had bitten and not finished. "Matteo, get a sample of the lesion," Lena said, steady despite the way her chest tightened. She slid a gelatinous consolidant over a delicate area, then coaxed a thin epoxy peel into place. The work was slower than everything that had come before. The excavators had to think like doctors, preserve context, harvest sample, keep the record whole. They found a second skeleton 20 meters downslope. A juvenile ceratopsian with similar lesions on vertebrae and in the lower mandible. A pattern began to propose itself when Priya's boots came up the cut with a flurry of paperwork and a thermos. She frowned at the 2 plates of bone sitting not far from each other. "This is not random," she said. "If we start finding the same pathology repeated across taxa and sizes, we are looking at more than misfortune." Lena felt a sudden animal chill. Misfortune could be episodic, a single lightning strike, a predator's lucky strike. A pattern, repeated lesions, remodeled bone, slow healing fractures, read like a chorus of sickness. Part 3. The first climax, laboratory clues and argument. Back in the field tent under blue light and with the scanner whirring, the team's analysis began to coax biology out of stone. CT slices revealed the architecture inside the lesions, cloistered, sclerotic bone-opposing cavities of reactive bone. Histological thin sections, carefully taken and mounted, showed woven bone deposition. Osteoclastic scalloping suggested chronic osteomyelitis. In some samples, microscopic structures that could be fossilized bacterial mats or fungal hyphae cast shadow threads. Eleanor, who had a face that did not allow things to remain uncertain, passed slides to Lena and said, "This looks like chronic infection, long-term metabolic stress." Isotopic analysis argued in chorus. Carbon isotopes in collagen proxies were depleted in the lesion-bearing bones, implying dietary stress leading up to death. Nitrogen proxies suggested metabolic upheaval. Oxygen isotopes hinted at shifts in water sources consistent with climate change. Acidic rainfall altered plant communities. The team ran palynology slides. The pollen record around the horizons showed a decline in certain angiosperms, replaced by hardy but lower quality ferns. In short, food had changed into poorer fare at about the same time the bones showed disease. The first small public storm came as a press release. Lena, weary from the long labor of method, watched as part of the story escaped into breathless headlines. "Dinosaur disease found." The words flattened nuance into spectacle, and the team moved quickly to say only what they could prove. In closed rooms, they argued like colleagues. Priya, who had looked at long-term basaltic fluxes and their atmospheric signatures, said softly, "Volcanic aerosols and acid deposition could weaken plant tissues, reduce nutritional value, and force herbivores into physiological stresses. That will lower immune function and let opportunistic pathogens run rampant." Matteo, ever the devil's advocate, wanted to rule out taphonomic mimicry erosion patterns creating false lesions. Navid's photographs, zoomed and layered, dispelled that. The lesions were bone remodeling, not surface weathering. Part 4, main climax, synthesis and the unsettling twist. The unsettling twist came when they widened the search. Field crews spent weeks peeling back sheets of ash and found a disturbing tally. Multiple individuals across taxa hadrosaurs. Ceratopsians, small theropods, displayed similar bone pathologies on the same horizon at multiple sites around the basin. The lesions were not identical in form but analogous in their implication. Chronic infection, inflammatory periostitis, healed bite wounds, arthritic remodeling that made joints stiff and debilitating. The palynological and chemical records at each site echoed one another. Pulses of volcanic aerosol marked by mercury anomalies, transient cooling episodes, acidification markers in plant tissues, eventual arrival of the impact layer like the final punctuation. Pria's cores from the Deccan basalts, when matched with high-precision argon dates, fell into a pattern that suggested the planet had not been simply shocked once, it had been repeatedly insulted. High-sulfur aerosols causing repeated photosynthetic suppression, fluctuations in rainfall that concentrated contaminants into, small water holes, nutritional constraint that forced animals into closer contact at diminishing resources. Those contacts were routes for disease, but the twist that made Lena find herself awake at night was the evidence for sociality. In the context of sickness, in one middle-distance site, they uncovered a group of 3 subadult theropods, their rib cages interlocked as if huddled, one bearing a heavy cranial scar, its eye orbit remodeled into a smooth, healed ridge. The scar had been infected. The infection had chewed into bone and then calcified. Yet across the chest of the individual were tooth marks that had not broken through the skin. Instead, they were shallow, neat, and healed, marks that could not easily be explained by predation. The pattern suggested a social ritual or restraint. Elsewhere, an adult had an old rib fracture that had knit in such a way that the animal would have been stooped, limited in pursuit. Yet the same deposit included smaller carnivores with gnaw marks around the ribs that had healed. The arrangement suggested that injured animals had survived long enough to allow bone remodeling. In some cases, they had been cared for. Lena held the micro-CT overlay and felt a current of something she had to recognize, the biological signature of protracted care. Not empathy in our moral terms, perhaps, but a behavioral ecology in which conspecifics tolerated or assisted the wounded. The idea folded into the earlier brooding evidence of JX1 and into narratives about social complexity. It suggested a world in which sickness could be survived by social networks, at least for some. The political dimension arrived almost immediately. Commentators, predictably dramatized, started to frame extinction as both an immediate violent cut and a drawn-out illness. To some, that narrative relieved the cosmic terror. Life had time to suffer, to adapt, to try social remedies before the end. To others, it was cruelty with no redemption. Lena wrestled with both images as she wrote the paper. She wanted to be honest disease, lightly amplified mortality. But neither disease nor volcanism defined fate alone without the impact's decisiveness. Part 5. Consequence, Knowledge, Ethics, and the Public. The papers went up and down peer review like tides. Some reviewers demanded stricter language on how to interpret bone lesions. Others wanted the team to emphasize the multi-causal model. Pria's mercury and sulfur data made an unignorable case that volcanism had preconditioned ecosystems, food quality declined. Water chemistry shifted, and animal populations became physiologically vulnerable. The impact, when it came, struck an already weakened system. Press and public engaged in a new imaginative turn. Museums reinterpreted displays. No longer heroic, static scenes of giant creatures suddenly obliterated, but tableau that suggested slow attrition, disease outbreaks, nursing, and the small economies of care. Children lingered longer in front of dioramas that depicted an adult theropod touching a wounded conspecific in the lee of roots. And teachers used the images to talk about ecological vulnerability and conservation. Some cultural actors pushed harder, Ethicists, spurred by the JX1 endocast and now JX2's pathologies, argued that if sociality and suffering extended far back into non-avian dinosaurs, then the ethical imagination of the present must expand. Lena found herself on a panel where a philosopher asked whether such evidence implied obligations toward extant descendants, birds, beyond conservation rhetoric. The question felt oddly appropriate and too big to answer in a single lecture. For the team, consequences were practical. Field efforts shifted to targeted sampling for pathologies. Genome, analog research that sought peptide remnants in bone matrix intensified. If traces of immune proteins or pathogen DNA fragments could be teased from permineralized tissues, the story of disease could be told with molecular cadence. Funding agencies agreed to support these high-risk approaches because the narrative was no longer simply about anatomy, but about life histories and the dynamics of decline. Lena's personal consequence was quieter and more corrosive. She began, in the small hours, to imagine the hadrosaur's last months, the animal moving with a gimpy leg, seeking the leaves that had become bitter and thin, lying down more often, its ribs already lined with the compensatory muscles that allowed survival, that reduced agility. She pictured the animal's social companions, perhaps an adult who nudged it with a blunt muzzle to compel feeding, perhaps an adolescent that shared shade. The scene made her chest ache in a way that was not strictly scientific. Part 6. Resolution, Memory, Responsibility, and a New Ledger. In the end, Lena's paper, carefully worded and rich with cross-disciplinary evidence, argued what the fossils and chemistry and models collectively allowed biodiversity decline at the KPG boundary was not the single stroke imagined in pop culture. It was the result of compounded stresses. Deccan volcanism had produced repeated environmental insults that weakened ecosystems. Climate oscillations and acidification had eroded plant quality and food webs. Disease found a niche in stressed bodies. The impact's final blow delivered the decisive global perturbation that pushed fragile populations over the edge. Within that consortium of causes, disease and injury were not peripheral notes but integral parts of the chorus. The museum display updated 3 months later, a glass case where the hadrosaur limb rested beside CT prints, histology slides, mercury graphs, and a palynology strip showing vegetational decline. The caption read, simply and carefully, multiple causes. Lives affected. The fossil record preserves not only death, but the struggles to survive. Lena watched a family stand before the case. A small boy pointed at the raised lesions in the CT slice and asked, in that candid way children have, "Did it hurt?" The parents glanced at Lena as if the question were now hers to answer. She thought of Jackson, the little theropod who had breathed ash and dug his hatchlings into the lee of roots. She thought of the raven that had left tokens on the lab steps. She found a way to answer. "Yes," she said softly, and the word carried more than evidence, but it also shows how life kept trying. Sometimes animals helped each other, sometimes they didn't. The rocks remember both. That night she sat in the museum's lamp-lit quiet with the file of JX2 open. The slides blinked under cool light. A raven, true to its habit, left a new, disproportionate token on the steps, a small, rusted washer with a paint fleck like the colour of a fossil stain. Lena smiled and felt, in that small human way, a tether. The deeper lesson was not a tidy moral, but a ledger. Climate and volcanism had changed the textures of food and shelter, disease and injury, magnified vulnerability, social behaviours, sometimes mitigated and sometimes accelerated decline. Extinction was not a single villain, but a complex ledger of causes where even compassion, if present, could not always forestall fate. Lena closed the file and, for a long moment, let the image of the hadrosaur stay in her mind. She imagined the ribs, the lesions, the healed bite marks, the slow narrative of a life refusing to end at once. She thought of the line of birds and of the human responsibility to read the marks carefully and honestly. The planet wrote in layers the scientists read. The job, she decided, was to translate without flattening the pain into spectacle, to honor both the sudden and the slow destructions, and to remember that the fossils were not mere curiosities, but witnesses. As she turned out the lights, the last thought that threaded through her was a simple compassion, that the earth had kept a ledger in which the smallest scratches mattered, and that those who read it owed the dead more than headlines. They owed careful stories, and in those stories they might find a guide for tending their own fragile, noisy present. "Something's wrong with the micrograph," Matteo said, voice flat with a disbelief that had nothing to do with theatre. He held the tablet closer, thumb smudging a smear of dust on the glass as if proximity could change the image. The screen showed a cross-section of a fossilized tissue, an udon rib sample taken from the same ash horizon as JX1, and JX2 rendered under a scanning electron microscope. The pattern of fibers and tiny mineralized nodules was not what they had trained to expect. It looked, impossibly, like organized glandular architecture overlain by a lattice of collagen-like fibrils that matched neither typical archosaur bone microstructure, nor any known pattern in modern birds or reptiles. Lena's stomach dropped in the precise way professional minds could feel an entire career rearrange itself. "Show me the repeats," she said. Her voice was low, calibrated so the tense hum would not swallow it. Around them, the lab's instruments kept their clinical hum, freezers cycling, computers rendering slices, a centrifuge that sounded for all the world like a clock with its hands miscounting. Matteo tapped the screen. Multiple samples, taken from 3 geographically separate sites across the same boundary band, were showing the same anomaly. It's not taphonomic artifact. The tests replicate across prep runs. And Eleanor's peptide scans, she ran them twice. There are fragments that don't map to the expected avian keratin signatures. He exhaled. They match, they cluster with early mammalian extracellular matrix proteins in the databases. Not perfectly, but enough to make your throat go cold. Miri, perched on a crate with her knees up beneath her chin, whistled between her teeth. Are we looking at contamination? Museum blue? A lab ghost? Lena rubbed the bridge of her nose until the light swam. She had seen many kinds of error, mislabeled samples, cross-contamination, the occasional wishful misread. This felt different, too consistent, too embedded. "We run blind replicates," she said, not yet a command, but the invocation of a ritual that had saved careers and reputations. "We let Kamal see the scans. We quarantine the samples, and then we publish the methods before we publish hypotheses." She tried to sound like the scientist she trained to be, careful, skeptical, procedural. But inside something else fluttered, an almost childlike worry that the stones might be speaking a dialect no one had expected. They ran the checks. Navid's photographs of thin sections taken under polarized light showed the same patterned strata. Eleanor's mass spec runs, first messy and then clearer as she renegotiated extraction conditions, kept returning peptide fragments that clustered with proteins implicated in glandular secretions and complex extracellular matrices, proteins that, in modern animals, were associated with mammary, sweat, or specialized sebaceous secretions. No single result screamed mammal. The signatures were partial, degraded, and could be argued into other explanations. Yet the pattern persisted across independent labs the team sent subsamples to for blind validation. When the preliminary report landed in Lena's inbox, 6 pages of careful methods, spectra overlays, and cautious phrases. It carried a quiet, inevitable consequence once this went public. Convincing anyone of the subtlety would be harder than convincing anyone of the novelty. The hook, the immediate drama, did not come from some grand pronouncement, but from the human response to the unknown. They were trained to extract the past from the present. This time, the past pushed back. Part 1. The People and the Stakes. The excavation had begun as a tidy project, follow-up on JX1, in large stratigraphic sampling around the ash band, determine whether anomalous preservation in the basin yielded more behavioral tableau. The team was small but well-oiled. Matteo, traitor to neatness and lover of taxonomy, Miri, the quick-eyed student who sniffed at behavior like a forager, Priya, who read basalt pulses as if they were weather maps, Kamal, the elder whom students respected for the way he spoke, skepticism into kindness, Eleanor with her microscopes, Naveed with his dogged clinical photography. They had expected debate about behavior, some lively arguments about endocasts and brooding postures, perhaps the predictable pushback about overinterpretation. They had not expected the fossil record to suggest, however faintly, a physiology that looked for all the world like the early scaffolding of secretion systems, tissues that modern mammals used for lactation and thermoregulatory secretions. For Lena, the stakes were both intellectual and personal. She had chosen paleontology for its disciplined humility, the science of listening to what time allowed to speak. She had never thrived on spectacle, but she also knew how the world reacted to ghosts of human likeness, how headlines could leap from nuance to neat narratives, and how museums could be swallowed by a single phrase. Were dinosaurs more like us than we thought? The temptation to narrate the past in human silhouettes had misled better people than her. The sample's oddity arrived like an accusation. Read one way, the data suggested previously, unrecognized physiological complexity among some theropods. Tissue architectures that could function in secretion, glandular modulation, subtle social signaling. Read another way, it warned of human error, of methodological overreach. Read loudest by the media, it would become a claim about ancient lactation or proto-mammary glands, a claim spectacular enough to sell 100,000 clicks. Part 2, the first cascade, publication and outcry. Lena and the team chose an old deliberative tactic. They wrote a careful preprint focused on methods, list the blind replicates, show mass spectrometry traces, provide negative controls. Include the caveat-ridden language that keeps careers honest. They also submitted the samples to independent labs in Europe and East Asia, knowing that if other teams confirmed the patterns, the noise of sensationalism would be harder to manufacture into something untrue. They published the dataset openly before any press release. The internet did what it does. Amateur sleuths combed the raw files. Pop sci outlets wrote thin pieces that overstated the evidence. Skeptics on listservs mocked the idea as a modern projection. And a handful of commentators, noisier than they were careful, declared the find proof that dinosaurs had milk. A late-night talk show host called Lena a week later. She declined to go on. The first public cascade came in the form of a flurry of responses. A prestigious biochemistry lab reported contamination from a bat keratin facility, an embarrassing claim until Naveed's cross photos exposed it as a mistake. The bat lab had no record of those peptides. Another lab suggested the architecture might be vascularized, Euripigeal-like glands ones modern birds use for preening, rather than anything mammalian. Yet another group, wading into the frenzy of modern academic attention, proposed the structures were convergent adaptations for brood care, secretions that lubricated eggs, shielded hatchlings, or delivered antimicrobial peptides. The scientific community split into thought camps. Some argued that the discovery redefined the evolution of integumentary glands. Perhaps the genetic toolkit of archosaurs allowed the emergence of specialized secretory tissues on more than one path. Others faulted the methods. Taphonomic transformations could rearrange protein fragments. Mineral binding could mimic peptide signatures. The public outside the academy loved the two-sentence versions. To some, dinosaurs had been almost mammals. To others, the fossils were ambiguous, and their scientists captured in their own hubris. Lena felt the surge of emotion like a tide reversing under her feet. She had expected skepticism. She had not expected the personal. She was accused in an op-ed of pushing a sensational narrative to secure funding. A retired showman scientist took to social media to call her a charlatan. It set off a small but gnawing ache, the kind that came from seeing your discipline turned into a script for other people's needs. In the lab, however, the work continued. Kamau visited with an old thermos of tea and a gentleness in his eyes that made Lena want to confess everything about why she had chosen this path. This is difficult, he said simply. You are doing the right thing. Resist the bright lights and do the boring tests. He stayed for 2 days, sleeves rolled, balancing skepticism with small acts of mentorship. His presence steadied the group in the way a ship steadies a nervous deck. Part 3, the first climax, a reproducible anomaly. Then another result arrived that made the debate impossible to ignore. A proteomics team in Kyoto, working blind, confirmed the presence of several peptide fragments that mapped to domains commonly involved in mammalian extracellular matrix. Proteins, domains that, in living animals, participated in glandular tethering and secretory scaffolding. The Kyoto group was cautious in its press release. They reported homologies, not identities. They reiterated every caveat. They agreed contamination studies were clean. The confirmation forced the field to move beyond snark and into technical, sometimes ruthless scrutiny. Conferences were hastily organized. Lena found herself on a stage answering technical questions she could almost predict. Could diagenetic cross-linking create the signal? Were the peptides modified enough to be ancient and not modern contaminants? What was the phylogenetic model for the evolution of these protein domains? Were there genetic regulatory architectures that could produce convergent glandular structures in archosaurs and synapsids? For the team, the personal stakes grew again. Miri Young, curious, used to leaning on Lena's steady confidence, fought unexpectedly for a more expansive interpretation. What if secretions were used to feed hatchlings in a different way than mammalian milk, she said one night in the lab, heat lamps buzzing. What if there were proteins that looked different but served similar functions? We're too blinkered by our categories. Her voice held the audacity of youth and the hunger to imagine beyond the contours of caution. Matteo, older and more conservative about bold narratives, sided with method. We can be imaginative, but not where the evidence asks for discipline, he said. We need to establish. Function structure alone doesn't prove secretion for nourishment. He pushed them to run assays for enzymatic remnants that would suggest digestive or antimicrobial activity. The twist, scientific and emotional, arrived when Elena's enzymatic assays, replicated in 2 different labs, revealed catalytic residues that suggested the preserved peptides might have been associated with lipid transport and antimicrobial activity. In living systems, such signatures could be part of secretions given to hatchlings to protect them from microbes. The finding could not, prove provisioning analogous to mammalian lactation, but it suggested secretory function beyond simple preening oil, something more intimate. Part 4. The public climax. Ethics, temptations, and tone. When the team submitted a cautious paper dense with methods, hedged language, and calls for replication, the op-ed pages had already moved on to more intoxicating claims. Artists painted feathered theropods cradling downy hatchlings. Documentary producers called Lena with offers that smelled like money and control. A proposal arrived from a private foundation to fund a high-profile exhibit, an interactive installation that would reimagine dinosaur childcare and include living displays of modern analogues. Lena navigated the storm with a mix of practitioners' rigor and a personal code that had hardened across field seasons. She agreed to public exhibits, but insisted on interpretative walls that emphasized probability, not certainty. She called ethicists into the museum's round table and asked them to speak on what it meant to ascribe behaviors across deep time. Kamau moderated. Priya argued the grander Earth system's context. Matteo pushed for conservative language in display labels. The conversation lasted for hours, and when Lena finally walked outside into the night, she realized what they had done. They had refused to allow the fossil to be a slogan without a courtroom of argument. The controversy had consequences. Funders offered, but public attention mutated the field. Young students flocked to the museum, their questions earnest and imaginative. At dinner, Lena listened to conversations between elders who wanted to marvel and to parents who wished their children to see science as a soft, connective thing, rather than a set of facts to be weaponized. The earlier debates about brooding and endocastes found new life in this controversy. People, artists, ethicists, school teachers wanted to know what it meant to be close to something so distant. Part 5. Long-term effects, the rise of mammals and the legacy of loss. While the public argued, the deeper narrative, the geological and biological ledger, moved on patient as a glacier. The KPG event reshaped Earth in ways the team had already mapped. The asteroid and the volcanic pulses had pruned many branches of life. The long-term consequences were less poetic and more ecological. The removal of dominant megafauna left niches previously monopolized by giants grazing corridors, nocturnal insect-hunting bens, arboreal foraging spaces utterly open. Paleontologists across the world pointed to the same patterns Lena had sketched in Grant. Proposals, mammaliform survivors were small, many were nocturnally adapted, and their reproductive strategies favored resilience. Small body size allowed exploitation of microhabitats, opportunistic diets, and rapid generational turnover. Mammals had the plasticity, morphological and behavioral, to fill spaces left by dinosaurs. Over millions of years, these survivors radiated outward into the vacuums of predation and plant use. Their dentition diversified into diets that used newly abundant niches: insectivory, frugivory, omnivory, specialized folivory. Teeth changed, jaws reshaped, fur became more sophisticated for thermoregulation. Lena found herself in quieter talks, drawing with her finger on the glass beside the museum diorama. Extinction was not only an ending, she told a curious class of undergraduates, it was an opening. The Mesozoic was rich with experiments, feathers, hollow bones, brooding behaviors already existed. When a catastrophe thinned certain branches, other branches, the mammals found sunlight and space. She pointed to a reconstructed small mammal skull, delicate, large-orbited, with occluded molar patterns that hinted at omnivory. What we call mammalian success is in part the story of opportunity. The long trajectory, home to humans at the end, was contingent. If the asteroid had not fallen, if volcanism had not weakened specific clades, the tree of life might have continued with different crowns. Evolution was not teleological. It did not keep a ledger with human-centered priorities. Rather, it filtered forms according to function and chance. In this sense, the controversial samples that tugged at Lena's team were a lesson about contingency, complex physiology. Whatever their exact function among these theropods was already being tried in multiple lineages. The KPG boundary had been a sieve. Mammals slipped through and, with time, occupied the empty niches with innovations of their own. Part 6. Resolution and Reckoning. Months drifted. Additional labs confirmed elements of the proteomic signature but continued to argue about function. Some headlines calmed as the story grew more complex. Fossils suggest secretions, not lactation. Read one measured piece. Museums updated exhibits with careful phrasing. The private foundation's flashy exhibit went ahead, but with a panel of scientists and ethicists Lena had insisted upon, which moderated the spectacle with sobriety. For Lena, the controversy was a wound that healed into a lesson. She had seen how fragile the line was between discovery and showmanship. She had also seen how the public's yearning to connect to the deep past could be channeled into curiosity rather than clickbait. The laboratory continued its slow work. More samples, more blind replicates, more molecular archaeology. The field teams expanded survey zones to test whether the glandular-like architectures appeared with any ecological pattern were they associated with nesting shelters, with small body size, with certain diets. Patterns emerged slowly, suggestively, each one a new thread to follow. At night, Lena sometimes dreamed of Jackson, an image she had begun early on to use as shorthand for the living past she loved. In those dreams he was less a fossil and more a movement, caring, violent, patient, full of animal decisions. She saw his world die in a sky that fell like a lid. Then she watched the small survivors scuttle and find new ground. The dream ended with a small mammal, damp and hot, finding a shelter beneath a rolled frond, surviving on the leftovers of a world rearranged. When the controversy settled into a long-running scholarly conversation, Lena stood in the museum's quiet gallery with Kamau and Miri beside her. A child lingered by the display and asked, very plainly, "So did they feed their babies like mammals?" Lena looked at the fossil impressions, at the peptide chromatograms pinned on the wall like abstract thought, and then at the small boy's earnest face. The smile she offered was steady and generous. "We don't know," she said. "What we know is there were experiments, different bodies, different solutions. Some of those experiments left traces that looked like secretion. Whether those secretions were given as food, as medicine, or as camouflage, we can't say yet. But we can say this: life keeps trying. When giants fall, others step forward. It's messy and beautiful." Outside, a gull wheeled in the cold air and landed on the museum rail. Miri tossed a scrap of paper, and the bird took it with mechanical grace. The raven that often left tokens at the lab's door had settled into a city routine, and Lena had come to see its small gifts as reminders the present was always in conversation with the past. The long-term lesson, the way the extinction opened doors for mammals, was both blunt and elegiac. Extinction had been a fire that cleansed an overgrown field. Out of the cleared ground grew new forms, new behaviors, and eventually a branch that would fold into the human story. The samples that didn't fit the neat boxes were not mistakes to be politely discarded. They were invitations to expand categories and language, to recognize that evolutionary experiments sometimes echo across lineages, and that the history the planet saved for them was messier than any single headline. In the end, Lena filed the papers, archived the spectra, and sat with the open database as the museum's night lights dimmed. She felt, beyond the professional satisfaction of meticulous replication, a small gratitude. The controversy had been hard. It had bruised reputations and flirted with spectacle. But it had also invited the public into a deeper, more patient story that extinction reshapes opportunity. That mammals rose, not because they were destined to, but because they fit the new margins after a planet decided to turn the page. And that fossils, odd, anomalous, stubbornly ambiguous, were the planet's way of whispering what it had once tried. "Watch the tail," Matteo hissed, not because the tiny screen needed instruction, but because his body wanted narrative. An arc more than evidence. The clip played again under the tent lamp, a smear of green mangrove, a low, lumbering silhouette, an oblong head that ducked under a fringe of fronds. For 3 seconds, something like a feathered crest flicked. Then the camera rushed, static, shredded the image, and the footage ended. Lena Hart sat very still. The lab smelled of solvent and old paper, and beyond the tent, the city's night thrummed. She could feel the old, precise part of her brain, trained to distrust miracle. Count the reasons the clip might be false, artifact, hoax, lighting. She could also feel a different, older ache, the same pulse that had driven her, as a child, to press her face to museum glass and imagine the bones moving. The ache wanted to believe. Who sent it? She asked. Her voice, the voice of someone who had learned to keep headlines at bay, betrayed nothing. Inside, she was a scientist and a listener, a person who knew how stories could live in people's chests like embers. An anonymous drop in the server, Matteo said. Encrypted, the metadata scrubbed. But the timestamp puts it last week, somewhere in the delta east of the river mouth. There's chatter on the forums, a fringe group. Continuityist collective claims satellite thermal anomalies. A private donor wants to fund a reconnaissance. They want you to lead. He tapped the tablet, making a small, useless sound. They really want you. Lena looked at Miri, who perched on a crate with a notebook and eyes wide in the way students' eyes had always been wide in the lab. Miri bore the same hunger Lena had seen in herself at 20, a thirst for the big connection, for living continuity between epochs. "We don't jump on moving images," Lena said, because she had to say something practical. "We verify. We do the thing we've done for years, ask for the stratigraphy, secure controls, run blind peptide assays. Nemo's law. Extraordinary claims require exactly the kind of boring attention we all hate." Miri brushed a curl behind her ear. But what if it's real? That question was the hook that would pull in a community, a country, a world. It threaded through every human who looked at the fossil record with nostalgia and loneliness. Some people in evenings of cheap beer and conspiracy embraced the idea that extinction was a neat deception rather than a brutal ledger. Others, the ones whose lives were small acts of care for the living, like Lena, felt the need to answer, not to snuff wonder, but to correct its shape. Part. I. The people and the claim. The rumor had roots in 2 different soils. On one side were those who called themselves continuityists, internet salons and private chat rooms where, over years, a culture had grown that loved the pictured image of a world where the Mesozoic had not been definitively closed. They pointed to island biogeography, to deep riverine caves that had escaped surveying, and to the oft-repeated human desire for an unbroken line of living wonders. On the other side were indigenous stories, older, textured by generations, that spoke in different metaphors about longmothers who nested in dark water hollows, creatures that were not men but not quite fish, that were given names no museum could catalogue. Those stories had a tone Lena's colleagues often missed, caution tempered with custodial love. Matteo watched Lena with a complicated expression. "There's money," he said fragmentarily, "and interest." A private foundation offered to underwrite a small team on the condition we handle PR and deliver images within 3 weeks. Priya, arriving late from the volcanology lab, folded her arms into her coat and raised an eyebrow. 3 weeks for a genuine discovery or a stage circus, she asked. The corner of her mouth twitched. "Kamau!" called in for his authority and calm, took up the slow cadence of an elder. "If there is a living relic, an extant non-avian lineage, it changes everything. Ethically, ecologically. But scientifically, it's more likely to be a misinterpreted sighting. Our obligation is to do the forensics, stratigraphy, stable isotopes, proteomics, and to the communities who live there. If this is a story of survivors, it's their story too." Lena felt, again, that tug between curiosity and duty. The team had spent years arguing that fossils were traces, not certainties. If some living organism bore features that converged on ancient architectures, if feather patterns, nesting, or secretions reappeared, it would not rewrite evolution as a teleology. It would complicate the ledger. But if such a creature existed, exposure might mean the difference between protection and plunder. Part 2. The Call to Action. The donor's offer smelled of urgency and balance sheets. A wealthy patron with a recent history of funding. Conservation-linked media projects proposed a reconnaissance, a small, discreet helicopter drop to an island delta, a week of careful sampling, satellite drape, and a public-ready short film in case of verifiable footage. The Foundation's terms were conditional on celebrity. Images were to be shared through curated channels, and the donor demanded naming rights for any new species found. Lena convened her inner tribunal. She thought of JX1's endocast, of JX2's pathologies, of the raven that left a pebble on her doorstep. She imagined the impact of a living claim pressure on local habitats, a publicity blitz, poachers alerted. The museum's ethics committee wanted to be cautious. Her own impulses, trained by a father who taught reverence for the past, tilted her toward protection. "You do not say yes to a donor who wants a spectacle front of mind," Kamau said quietly. "You say yes to science, to the people on the ground, and to a plan that centers non-sensational inquiry. If we go small. We take local consent and independent observers. We do no harm." They accepted a modified proposal. Donor funds under institutional control, local community liaisons engaged, and a binding promise to withhold tantalizing images until verified. The word verify became their talisman. The expedition assembled, Lena as lead, Matteo in charge of documentation, Priya doing environmental baselines, Miri eager to observe behaviors, Priya's assistant from the region, Asha bringing an invaluable knowledge of tides and traditional uses of the waterholes. They flew to the delta with a mix of field gear and legal forms, aware of the thin line between discovery and desecration. Part 3. The first field test. The island was more a knot of channels than an island. Mangrove roots formed buttresses around, mudflats puckered with shells. The locals called it the fold. Its elders told Lena about a place where the long mothers sometimes watched and made nests, and they laughed when asked for literal meanings. They said instead, "They guard the hollow places. We do not fish there after the breeding. We leave mercy." Daylight revealed the delta as a place of patient eco-engineering, mud volcanoes, sun-baked ridges, and dense predator traps. Matteo strode along with his boots making a soft punctuation. Miri climbed a low root and pointed. "Tracks," she said, and for a second the old excitement returned to Lena's ribs like wind to sails. They were not perfect prints. The impressions punched into a wet shelf of silt, 3 forward-facing digits, a shallow metatarsal pad. Claw scrapes that hinted at keratinous sheaths. Between some prints there was a faint fringe-feathered drag. That detail set every heart in the team to a different rhythm. "We measure," Priya said, always the geochemist's anchor. She photographed, drew gelatin molds, and mapped microstratigraphy. Asher watched quietly, then murmured to Lena about elders who had once found pinched shells like scales and avoided the site afterward. The first test was to date the prints. They sampled the surrounding matrix and ran quick radiocarbon on entrained. Organics. Nothing detectable. The prints lay below the radiocarbon horizon. But that only meant they could be older than the limit of radiocarbon or that no organic matter remained. The team's excitement dimmed into a scientist's resolve. Age could not be read from morphology alone. They found more traces, a shallow nest pit lined with crushed reeds. An oval of mud hardened into an egg-shaped substrate with impressions like papery shells. Chemical assays of the shell fragments revealed keratin and mineral signatures, but they could be modern, avian, or ancient diagenetic alteration. Some molecules in the matrix matched bacterial communities that suggested repeated occupation. The site spoke of behavior returning nesting places, repeated use over time. Yet ambiguity clung like mud. The feather fringes could be from large seabirds. The claws could be from monitor lizards. The team's most pressing moment came when a drone shot revealed a dark shape under the water. A mass that moved not like a fish, but with a slow, purposeful paddling. Its silhouette elongate neck, rounded torso flickered in and out. For Miri and Asher, the sight was a kind of validity. For Lena, it was an invitation to do what she had always done: document, sample, wait for laboratory analysis. Part 4. The confrontation and the moral pivot word leaked. Someone on the edge of the donor's PR team posted a blurred still. The internet turned into a mob of question marks and exclamation points. The continuitists howled that the world had been proven wrong. Poachers sniffed. A tabloid flew a drone and hovered over the site. The local elders gathered in anxious circles. Their faces were lines of shared memory and worry. Then came the people with guns, not for the animals, the locals said, but for the cameras and the money. They wanted access. They offered cash to anyone who would hand over a nest chamber or a hatchling. The community was asked to sign release forms. It didn't have the legal literacy to pass. The delicate habitat, mud and root, was vulnerable to trampling by boots and equipment. Lena felt the old moral geometry sharpen into a knife. If this were a living refuge of a rare lineage, whether a large bird converging on dinosaur architecture or some other, marvel exposure might be lethal. The garden of spectres would bloom for a week, then be plundered. If it were a hoax, exposure would humiliate local knowledge and undermine trust. "Remove the drone footage," she said, her voice exactly the kind of professional command that was also an ethical partition. "We do not give this to anyone. We secure the perimeter. We inform the elders and the Regional Conservation Office. If this is real, It needs protection more than publicity. If it's false, we owe them clean records. There was pushback. The donor wanted visibility. The continuities accused the team of hiding truth. Journalists sent emails that smelled like hunger for a headline. The twist, sharp and private, came the night before the public reveal. Matteo found Lena on the low pier where the tide whispered. He handed her a small packet, lab results returning from a fast-turn lab in Kyoto. "Look," he said, voice a kind of prayer. The mass spec data were fragile and beautiful. Some peptide patterns from the feather-like residues matched those of modern flightless waterfowl more closely than any known. Dinosaur keratin signature. The gut microbiome residues were dominated by certain halophilic bacteria consistent with animals. That fed in brackish channels. The skin microstructures suggested a heavy, insulating, down advanced insulation, like modern birds adapted to variable climates. Crucially, there were no intact DNA fragments. The molecules were too old or too degraded to be living signatures. Matteo's hands trembled. "It's something," he said. "Not a non-avian dinosaur. But it is extraordinary. A large, perhaps flightless, secondarily aquatic bird lineage with convergent features. It would be rare as hell." Lena let the ache in her chest reframe. She had not sought a living dinosaur. She had sought evidence. The delta's living things, if they were a relic lineage of birds that retained or re-evolved traits like robust claws and thick insulation, would be no less miraculous. They were descendants. Continuity lived in surprising, imperfect forms. The moral pivot happened then. Lena called an emergency meeting with the elders, the conservation office, and the donors' representatives. She refused to present live footage to the public. Instead, she asked for protected status for the fold, an immediate moratorium on drone flights, and the insertion of local guardians into the expedition. She negotiated with a kind of stubborn grace. The donor was furious, but ultimately agreed. The spectacle was replaced with the slow work of permits and community-led stewardship. The continuitists decried obstruction. The internet howled. But, on the ground, the Delta breathed a small sigh. Part V. The aftermath and the small, true wonder. When the team returned and the lab work continued, the narrative shifted from sensationalism to careful curiosity. Further proteomic analyses strengthened the case for a living lineage of unusual birds, a dendriciform clade that had taken a different aerial path, large, downy, partially aquatic, and behaviorally secretive. The evidence fit a story of deep refugia and island biogeography, isolation, unusual niches, and convergent evolution. It did not rewrite the KPG ledger. It added a footnote about persistence and reinvention. The public reaction after the initial storm settled into a better place. Museums curated an exhibit about continuity that explicitly separated myth from evidence. Lena insisted on displays about process, molds, assays, protocols, so visitors could see how science does its slow, corrective work. School children visited and pressed their faces to plexiglass, not exactly at bones this time, but at the idea that life could surprise them still. For Lena, there was a private reckoning. She had felt the same yearning that drove the continuitists, the desire to square the circle of extinction, to find teeth in tall grass. But the choice she made to protect the delta rather than monetize it felt, in the small hours, like the truest human answer: stewardship rather than possession. The elder's quiet gratitude, an old woman pressing a woven shell into Lena's palm, was more valuable than any headline. The twist emotional this time was not a public reveal of living dinosaurs, but a recognition that the wish they had chased was important for different reasons. The idea that some creatures might have persisted became a mirror for something human. The desire to feel continuity in a world shaped by cataclysm. Lena found that she could honor that desire without sacrificing scientific rigor or the lives of those creatures. She published a paper not claiming proof of non-avian dinosaurs in the present, but documenting an extraordinary case of convergent avian evolution and the fragile ethics of discovery. In the months that followed, the fold was designated a community-managed reserve. The donor-funded habitat restoration and local education rather than exploitative exhibits. The continuityists, deprived of a simple trophy, splintered into more sober factions and a persistent fringe. The team, Lena, Matteo, Miri, Priya, Kamau, returned to their routines with new stories to tell. Not of a world where extinction was a lie, but of one where life's experiments sometimes echoed across ages. On her desk, Lena pinned a small photograph, a blurred, beautiful silhouette at dawn neck low, body a mass of down. One foot pressed in mud, so indistinct that it might belong to myth. Next to it she placed the mass spec trace and a note, verify. Protect, tell carefully. She thought of Jackson and Rui and the small hatchlings under the log. If the KPG catastrophe had not pruned those ancient branches, the world might be different today, perhaps with other reasons for human ascent, or none at all. The speculative hypothesis that dinosaurs might survive in secret had been, in the end, a human story about hope and loss. It revealed as much about the present as about the deep past. When the museum reworded its placards, Lena asked that one line remain. The planet keeps making marks and sometimes surprises those who read them. The revelation in the Delta was not a denial of extinction, it was a lesson in humility. Life, it showed, did not end with a clean cut. It braided, converged, and sometimes reinvented itself in places humans scarcely imagined. Those reinventions deserved protection, not exploitation. On a late afternoon, as tides changed and the delta exhaled its faint salt breath, Lena walked the pier with Asha. They watched a dark shape slide through the water and then disappear under a tangle of roots. Asha smiled, the kind of smile that belonged to someone whose stories had always been part of the land. "What will you call it, if it's new?" Lena asked. Asha looked at the mud with the care of someone who knew how to name a thing without owning it. "We call it the Keeper of the Hollow," she said. "We don't tell the name to those who come to take." Lena laughed, quiet and relieved. The name was a kind of covenant. It was not a scientific binomial, but a promise to let the planet keep some of its surprises and to let humans, briefly and quietly, be the kind of species that could listen and guard rather than plunder. The continuitists kept their forums and their petitions. The public kept wondering, and Lena, who had spent a life translating the ledger of stone into stories, learned again the hard lesson of restraint. Some events, some possibilities needed to be lived with rather than shouted. In the archive of the earth, the most valuable traces were not the ones that made the loudest claims, but the ones that taught the quiet art of care. "Tell me again, why did the dragons die?" the boy asked, so plainly that the question carved clean through the low hum of the gallery. He perched on the lip of the display case and looked up at Lena Hart with a mixture of impatience and faith, like someone asking for bedtime promises. Lena crouched to his level, fingers resting on the laminated placard as if it were a fragile map. Behind her, a murmur of visitors threaded through the dim aisles, a college student debating braincase metrics with a docent, An elder couple pausing over a glass drawer of melanosome images. Miri scribbling field notes and looking ready to launch into 100 new projects. For a breath of a moment, the museum held as many times as it could, stacked and stacked like pages. The world changed, Lena answered, and her voice tried to carry patient completeness. Big things ended, and small things kept going. That's not the same as dragons dying. Dragons belong to stories, dinosaurs belong to the Earth's ledger. But sometimes the two get tangled. The boy frowned, dissatisfied with the easy line. But the stories, people called them dragons. My grandfather said his village carved bones into masks, and said the Long Mother watched the river. Are those the same? Lena felt the old pressure behind her ribs, an animal reflex that had been sharpened into scientific curiosity, a question that could be answered with either a neat model or an honest, softer complexity. She glanced across the hall at the Udon endocast, at the feather impressions of JX1 under glass, at the small washer the raven had once left in her office like an amulet. The objects were inert. They were a fossilized conversation. The boy's insistence pulled all those fragments into a single thread and challenged her to tie it with care. She told him, people make meaning out of what they find. If you find a jaw big as a boat, you tell a story about monsters. If you find a nest under ash, you tell a story about love and loss. Both stories tell truths. One is literal, and one is how we remember what we cannot watch. Hook, the opening scene, asked a simple, urgent question about dragons, and in that question the narrative leapt into the problem of continuity. How memory and myth are woven from the same scattered traces as fossils. The action was immediate, dialogue in a museum space, the boy's insistence, Lena's choice to respond. The problem was already set. Can science and culture reconcile the past's raw ledger with the human need for story? Part 1. People. Place. Motive. From the gallery they moved like a small procession, Lena guiding the boy back toward the long display that had been. Reworked after JX1 and JX2, feathers, endocasts, scatters of soot, an iridium stripe, a careful chart of mercury pulses. The display title had been changed too, it now read, simply and deliberately, Earth's Memory, Marks and Meanings. Lena thought of Jackson while she walked. The theropod who had held hatchlings under a fallen log as skyfire fell, the animal whose life was a series of practical decisions. Where to hide, how to ration, whom to trust. She carried his life with her in the reconstructed sketches that hung nearby. But she also carried the emotional weight of the teams that had given that life back. Matteo, who measured and named and argued, Miri, who found motion in feather fringing and curiosity in a phosphorescent smear, Priya, who bent basalt cores into climate narratives, Kamau, who kept skepticism kind but sharp, Asher, who had taught them to listen to a delta's elders. Each had joined the ledger in their own way. Why do you ask? Lena said, partly to buy time. Because my aunt says dragons knew how to talk to the seas. She says the Long Mothers taught them. If the Long Mothers survived in hidden places, like your Keeper of the Hollow, maybe dragons. Are the way people remember them, the boy said, earnest as any myth-maker. Lena felt her chest stiffen with a tender sort of doubt. She had spent years calibrating facts, KPG impact signatures, decompulsors, peptide fragments, and melanosome arrays. She had been both the careful translator and, increasingly, a steward of how those fragments entered public life. Her motive had changed from intellectual acquisition to guardianship of evidence, of communities, of story itself. Part 2. The first pull, fossils, myths, and memory. The museum's educational coordinator, An older woman named Yasmin, who had a knack for turning any object into a bridge, joined them with a tray of laminated pictures, ancient ceramic masks, dragon effigies carved in stone, a folk map of migration routes. She set them down like offerings. "You see this?" Yasmin said, voice low. She tapped a kylix painted with a curling beast, then a lacquered dragon from another island, then a fragment of a bone carved into a talisman. Bones are stories' seeds. Cultures that never saw dinosaurs still found their skeletons in the ground. The shapes stayed, the names changed. Matteo, who had drifted in to listen, added a technical line. Paleolithic and Neolithic folks found fossils all across the globe. They didn't know stratigraphy, but they read large bones as beasts. Those finds became templates for imagined monsters. Dragon is a shape into which people poured fear, weather, and large-scale mortality. Miri, who had been cataloguing modern corvid behaviours for the public exhibit, chimed with a younger scholar's zeal. And there's continuity in behaviour, corvids hiding shiny things. Elders telling children which ponds are taboo. Many cultures encode ecological knowledge in myth. Those are not falsehoods, they're compressed lessons. So, when a village says, "Long, mother," they might mean, "There is something to be cautious of here." Lena listened, conscious of the danger of flattening indigenous narratives into mere analogues to scientific terms. She remembered Asher's admonishment in the Delta. "We do not tell the name to those who come to take." The elders' myths were guardianship tools. They had evolved to protect places as much as to explain them. The museum's role should not be to translate them into neat scientific analogues, but to host them as parallel truths. Part 3. The Climax of Interpretation. That afternoon, Lena convened a public seminar that had been planned for months, but now felt like a hinge. The hall filled with a near-equal crowd, school teachers, local elders, skeptical journalists, and the continuitist fringe with cameras like talons. Asher sat near the front, hands folded, a small smile that was both proud and watchful. Lena opened with the usual technical baseline. KPG impact signatures, Deccan Mercury, the infection patterns in JX2, and then shifted, deliberately, toward the human. "We find bones," she said, "and our minds do two things. We stitch them into the world with science, and we tuck them into the world with story. Both are ways of remembering." A question from the audience cut in bluntly. "Are myths wrong then? Did our ancestors missy the bones?" A voice in the back, rough with skepticism, demanded simple ontology. "Not wrong," Lena replied. "Different. Imagine you find a message in a bottle. One person reads the gist and buries it to stop others from taking the shore. Another catalogues the ink and date. Both preserve the message, but one preserves it as an action, the other as data. Folk myths are often acts of preservation. They hide, protect, and pass on survival tips that science might only extract by stripping layers. Kamau took the microphone after a few more exchanges and offered a stern gentleness. Science can explain mechanisms. Culture preserves meaning. If those two cooperate, we have a chance of honoring the dead and protecting the living. The seminar became the story's first interpretive climax. It was not a triumph of science over myth, but a negotiation. The public wanted simple heroes, asteroids, heroes, victims, and the nuance of layered causes and layered memory felt unsatisfying to many. Yet the very act of negotiation changed the museum's mission. From that moment, its exhibits would be structured not only as evidence cases, but as dialogues. Fossil fragments displayed next to masks, with placards quoting elders. Part 4. The main climax, the decision, and the twist. Weeks later, Lena stood before a committee, that included representatives from indigenous groups, historians, ethicists, and donors. The museum had been offered a major grant to sponsor a blockbuster exhibit, Dragons, Myths, and Dinosaurs, a Global Tale. The sponsor wanted spectacle-rendered dragons, holograms, celebrity narrators. The elders, receiving payment offers and promises of tourism, were wary. Asha, now an official liaison, pressed her palm against Lena's arm, eyes steady. "This can be turned into a plunder," Asha said, softly but with steel. "They will build things our children do not recognize. They will ask our people to tell the stories and pay them once." The donor's chief of staff, smiling, efficient, offered compromises: a profit-sharing plan, a documentary, a curated tour that would fund the reserve at the fold. Matteo, who had seen too many museums sold into spectacle, bristled. Mary leaned forward, pleading for educational reach. Priya, the volcanologist, argued for accuracy. Kamal argued for ethical accountability. Lena had never felt decisive in such a political room. All her life she had been trained to triangulate data. Here, the axes were human, money, stewardship, and the soft need all cultures had to be seen. She pushed back and wrote lines of terms into the grant terms that were non-negotiable: local custodianship, limited tourist seasons, full consent of storytelling elders, funds directed primarily to conservation and community education, transparent science panels rather than sensational narration. The donor hesitated, then signed. The grant became a contract that bound the usual exploitative appetite in institutional care. The twist, the emotional surprise, was that the negotiation itself felt like stewardship. The museum would not produce a spectacle, it would act as a scaffold that lifted local stories and scientific narratives without replacing them. Lena felt an odd swell of pride and grief. They had accepted compromise without capitulation. Part 5. Consequences, Lessons, and Continuity. Months became years in institutional time. The gallery changed. A small corner now carried a child's alcove titled Dragon Stories and the Earth, where kids could listen to recordings of elders' tales while tracing clay models of vertebrae. Another panel explained how fossil finds could seed myth without collapsing into superstition. The JX1 and JX2 exhibits remained at the center, but their surrounding context had been broadened. A chart of Deccan pulses hung beside a carved dragon head. A photograph of the fold's manged reserve sat near a sketch of Jackson's last hours. Outside, the reserve at the fold grew under community management. Asha's council, with museum funds and Priya's ecological advisories, stabilized nesting spots, blocked exploitative access, and taught local youth scientific skills. The continuities splintered. Some turned toward rigorous fieldwork. Others retreated to forums and fantasies. The Raven continued to leave tokens at Lena's lab, an almost irreverent continuity. Tiny gifts that read like an ongoing conversation between living birds and those who study their ancestors' bones. The deeper consequence was subtler and more humane. Museums began to consider how to contextualize artifacts that live at the interface of science and culture. Paleontologists, following Lena's lead, included oral histories beside fossil displays and gave voice to custodians who had long known how to navigate local ecologies. The shift was not uniform or complete, but it was significant. The ledger of the earth stayed a ledger, but the human practice of reading it became more reflexive, less triumphalist. Lena's private reflections tightened into a single, quiet vow. She walked one night beneath the museum's back windows, carrying a folder of field photographs. The gallery's lamps painted the pavement amber. A child had left a wax crayon on the bench, the color of fossilized iron. Lena thought of Jackson, alive in the sediment, in the endocast, in the line of hair-thin marks that ethnographers had once called dragon tracks in folk stories, and she felt the long pull of continuity. Part 6. Ending. Earth's memory and the promise of stewardship. The final scene was simple, a story told accurately and with tenderness, the way elders tell it under wind and dark, one line yielding to another but holding to its centre. Lena found the boy again at his parents' urging on the last day of the exhibit's first season. He had grown impatient with science's caveats. He wanted myth's closure. She knelt and met his honest demand. "Do dragons remember?" he asked, small and insistent. Lena thought of the raven's washer, of the delta's keeper of the hollow, of Priya's mercury spikes, of the delicate collagen shards that Eleanor had coaxed from stone. She thought of the elders' cautionary tales, and of a world where hunger produced nothing so much as the blunt math of survival. She also thought of that deepest impulse that had drawn humanity to the ground's bones, to name, to narrate, to feel not alone. Memory, she said at last, is a thing the earth keeps in many forms. It keeps silt that remembers heat, bones that remember movement, feathers that remember colour, and people who remember to tell the rest. Dragon stories are one way people save knowledge about danger, about guardianship, about where not to fish. They're not literal records of the Mesozoic, but they're not lies either. They are the human way of keeping a warning and a promise. The boy nodded at the scale of such an answer. It was not a yes or a no, it was a reconciliation. For a second, the museum felt like a patchwork refuge, science giving samples of exactitude, culture giving shelter of meaning, and the public learning to live inside both. Lena rose, smoothing her coat. She looked up once more at the long display of marks in stone and at the new placards that quoted. An elder and then a line of data. The letters on the glass glinted in the museum light as if acknowledging an answer neither could fully claim. Outside, the city breathed, and the raven's visit was punctuated by a distant boat bell. The planet kept making marks in rock and in biology, indifferent and persistent. Humans, brief and noisy, had found the peculiar role of reading those marks and in steadier cases of teaching one another to interpret them without robbery. Lena felt the weight of that responsibility like a practiced muscle. "Keep reading," she told the boy, and it was both instruction and invitation. "And remember to listen to the people who live with the land. Their stories are part of the same memory." He laughed, small and satisfied, and scampered off, ready to find another gallery and another version of the past. The narrator, omniscient and patient as sediment, observed the small scene and thought in stone the earth's memory would endure. But it would be transcribed in many hands. Jackson's choices, fossilized in ash and endocast, continued to speak across time as data, as myth, and as instruction. The delta's keeper of the hollow was a living footnote to a long and interrupted experiment in form and life. The raven's tokens were tiny acts of continuity, and the boy's questions were the public's way of caring. In this last ledger, the lesson was not a tidy moral, but an ethic, to read the planet's marks with humility, to admit that myth and science answer different bruises of loss, and to choose, where possible, stewardship over spectacle. The earth would keep writing, humans would keep reading. If the reader learned one thing, let it be this: memory is not only the keeping of facts. It is the practice of protection, of telling true stories to children, of letting elders, human and avian, guard the fragile places where life still experiments with survival. As Lena walked home that night, the poster for the new exhibit turned in the light like a slow fossil. She thought of ash-fired skies and warm, shallow seas, of feathers edging into wings, of disease and volcanic breath. The future would be written in new marks, and the present held a duty to translate without flattening, to protect without objectifying, and to teach the next generation, like the boy, that dragons were not only creatures of fantasy, but also trophies of human continuity. Each story, each fossil, each myth was a stitch in the great garment of Earth's memory. To care for that cloth was the new, quiet work of being human. "Not again," Lena said into the phone before she heard the words. The line crackled with urgency. Ash's voice, soft with rain and strained with something like outrage. "They've broken the northern cordon at the fold. Heavy machines. 2 trucks, people with guns." She dropped the phone into her palm as if it were a warm stone and felt the same old current adrenaline braided with a deeper ache. Around her, the lab's machines hummed as if steady in protest. Matteo, face pale in laptop glow, looked up from the spectral overlays. Miri stuffed a notebook into her jacket without asking. Priya's coat thudded on the ground like a decision. Outside the lab's window, the city's lights blurred with rain, indifferent. "Secure whatever you can," Lena ordered, voice flat with instructions she trusted more than pep talks. "Document the incursion. Asha, get the elders. Matteo, record everything. Priya, run a quick baseline on the particulate filters. Kamau, call the regional office. We'll need a warrant if they don't stand down." They moved as they had been trained and as they had learned in the trenches of fieldwork and the slow wars of grant committees, hands quick, minds cataloguing priorities. Lena's thoughts flew faster than the data she remembered. JX1's brooding chest, JX2's lesions. The Oedon endocast that had bent public imagination toward questions it could not yet answer. The fold was not only a site of shy birds and convergent lineages, it was a living lesson, a place where human appetite and the planet's patience met. Now someone had come to take. Part 1. The long ledger of people and place. The fold had become a test site in more ways than academic. It was Asher's place as much as it was a locus for proteomics and stratigraphy. As Lena and the team scrambled into the van, she thought of Asher's lined hands and the Delta Elders' whispers about keepers. She thought, too, of the visitors who had crowded the museum's new exhibit, children tracing the iridium spike with crayons. A retired miner comparing basalt flows to the seams of his own life. The museum stood at an uneasy crossroad between spectacle and stewardship, and now that tension was exposed in mud. They arrived to find the cordon torn like paper. Tire tracks had gouged the mud. Mangrove roots hung with strips of webbing and tarpaulin. Men with headlamps, commercial contractors, Asher said, moved like they knew the boundaries but chose not to respect them. The donor's PR liaison, who had once negotiated restraint with Lena, stood nearby with a camera crew and an apologetic smile. "You can't be here," Lena said, stepping forward. Her voice gathered stone and legalities in equal measure. "This is protected. We registered the reserve. We have permits filed." The liaison's smile hardened into the quick professional mask of someone about to sell a story. "We have local partnerships," he said. "We're documenting for conservation. We can expedite research and bring funding." Behind the words, the team read other currencies. Attention, money, claim. Lena felt the old argument coil in her chest, the temptation to let science be seen in exchange for protection, and she said, "Numb," with the kind of clarity won from long practice. "We will document. You will stop work until permits are verified. If your contractors do not leave, we will call enforcement." She signaled to Priya and Matteo, who were already setting up drone overflights strictly to record evidence for the authorities. The men paused. Outside, a gull cried in the dark. Asher moved between Lena and the contractor and, in a voice lined by generations, said, "You do not take without asking. We keep the hollow." Part 2. The Fresh Band, the Fresh Band. Traces that tell new stories. While enforcement moved slowly by paperwork and regional politics, the scientists did what they always did. When confronted by the immediate and the awesome, they read the ground. Matteo knelt and ran a gloved finger along a shallow trench where the packer's tires had exposed a fresh section. The sediment peeled back in thin sheets, and where the anthropogenic cut had shorn the surface, a band lay readable like a thumbprint. It was not iridium and microtectites. It glittered in a different way, fine fragments of synthetic polymer woven through dark soot. Flecks of metallic paint, strange white microspheres that refracted like glass but were clearly anthropogenic. And a matrix stained with hydrocarbons. Lena crouched, tools in hand, and took the first samples. She saw, with the clarity of one who had spent years learning to read subtle chemistry, the shape of a ledger being added to. "This will fossilize," Priya said quietly as she ran quick field tests with a handheld spectrometer. "Give it 1,000 years, and future paleontologists will read this like an iridium spike. Only the signature will be technocene, plastics, pesticides, anthropogenic radionuclides. Our stratigraphy is leaving a stripe." Miri, still flushed from the drive, looked incredulous. "We've been talking about the Anthropocene for decades," she said. "But to see it like this, right atop the ash bands that record the KPG, it's brutal." Lena imagined, with an instinct that had once been purely scientific and had now become almost ethical, how those technofossils would be read. Future readers of strata would assemble their own narratives from the layers humanity left. A band of plastics, a heat-altered smudge of soot during fossil fuel combustion, a chemical fingerprint of persistent organic pollutants. Those would carry their own stories of life and death, species lost, ranges compressed, ecosystems pruned. Part 3. The First Climax. A Comparative Reckoning. Back at the museum, the team lay the freshly sampled slides beside the iridium spherules from JX1. The juxtaposition was a kind of brutal clarity. The planet recorded both sudden cosmic violence and the heap of persistent human interventions on the same medium sediment. Kamal, who had joined late and who had the slow gravity of a man used to balancing wonder and caution, drew his hands together and said, "The KPG record taught us that one violent shock can reconfigure life on a global scale, asteroid plus volcanism. What you found here is the slow, pervasive equivalent, persistent stresses that, compounded, create a planet more vulnerable to shocks." He spoke of thresholds and hysteresis, terms the public would learn slowly over the next months. A system pushed repeatedly by lesser insults could tip in a single great shock. In the Mesozoic, that shock was an impact. In the Anthropocene, the shock could be a tipping point cascade, permafrost thaw releasing methane, a crop collapse triggered by heat and pests, a pandemic spreading through impoverished ecosystems weakened by habitat loss. "Look," Priya said, overlaying a climate model onto a stratigraphic chart. "We're running a Deccan-like pulse of greenhouse forcing, except we're the ones doing the pulsing. CO2 concentrations are climbing, we're acidifying oceans, we're spreading biotic homogenization. If there's an acute event, an epidemic, a supervolcano, a rapid release of methane, the combined effect could be catastrophic." Matteo's fingers hovered over data. "So, is it inevitable? Did the dinosaurs face a loop that we are repeating?" For a moment, desire to answer played with their training. Each man and woman in that lab had once craved tidy models. Now they faced a truth familiar to paleontologists, and twice as heavy evolutionary outcomes are contingent. The dinosaurs' extinction had been the result of stacked causes: volcanism, impact, disease, shifting climates, many of which had analogues in human-driven processes. That did not make human extinction inevitable, but it made it clearly possible. Part 4. The main climax, politics, ethics, and the pivot news feeds turned the Fold's incursion into a moral drama. The contractor's footage, staged as conservation footage, leaked. Headlines demanded immediate answers. Living dinosaurs exploited? The continuists, some of them reconstituted into activist groups, used the leak to pressure the museum towards sensational displays. Corporations saw openings. Politicians smelled votes. The donor, embarrassed by association with the contractor's rank behavior, tried to reassert benevolent stewardship with public statements he had not thought to make before. Lena found herself thrust into the same kind of audition she had once feared, to explain the science while also fighting for the living soil beneath their feet. She convened a press briefing, not in the style of the PR liaison, but with the blunt sincerity she had honed on long nights coaxing peptides out of stone. "Those bands you saw at the Fold," she told the assembled cameras, "are not dramatic in the way an asteroid is dramatic. They are insidious. They are a record of our industriousness, our carelessness, our systems. The same forces that create wealth and health for some are erasing niches for many others. We are both the readers of the past and the writers of a future ledger." It was not a speech that satisfied sensational appetites. It did, however, force policy into action. The region placed an emergency moratorium on extraction in the Fold. Funded by a coalition of public grants and private philanthropy that insisted on community-led stewardship, Asher's Council became a formal partner in management decisions. The Donors Foundation reallocated funds away from PR and toward enforcement and habitat restoration. Those measures felt like small victories, but behind every letter of law there were larger machines in motion: supply chains, agricultural demands, national energy policies. The team understood that saving one delta would not reverse a warming planet or erase a technofossil band. Yet they also saw what they had always known: interventions, small and large, changed probabilities. In the weeks that followed, the museum mounted a new exhibit, Ledger and Loop. It displayed iridium spherules and microplastics side by side, KPG climate reconstructions beside modern carbon graphs, melanosomes near polymer beads, children clustered finger-streaking plexiglass as they traced the thin black line that would, one day, lie in future strata like a signature. The emotional twist came in a quieter place. After a lecture, a man came forward with a photograph in his calloused hand, a black and white image of his father, standing in a field of trees 40 years prior. He said, "We thought we were building a future. Maybe we were burying an archive." His voice held both apology and grief. It was not easy to hear that the same species capable of stewardship was also notably capable of obliviousness. Part 5. Consequences, teaching, and the question we write in sediment. Months became weathered pages in their lives. The Fold stabilized under local management. The donor, chastened, funded community education and a long-term monitoring program that placed autonomous sensors in the branches of mangroves and sent data to a public portal. The continuists split. Some went into careful fieldwork that supported conservation. Others retreated to conspiracy and rumor. Scientifically, the consequences were clear. The planet would keep its ledger. Future paleontologists would study a band of modern technofossils and understand much about the world that made them. They might reconstruct a story of a species, Homo sapiens, capable of both ingenuity and mass alteration of environments. They would read our plastic beads as they had read iridium, with the same mixture of curiosity and sorrow. Lena and her team set another exhibit line that asked residents to place themselves in the timeline. They created an interactive panel. Visitors could slide a translucent filter over a cross-section and watch the stratigraphy change. When the plastic band slid into place, there was a hush that always surprised her. An adult's hand would stop. The child's face would crease and a question would bloom unbidden. The boy who had asked Lena about dragons years before. Now, a teenager helping on weekend docents once leaned near the display and said, quietly, "Will they find our lair and think we died in 1 second, or will they read our patchwork and know we made choices?" Lena found herself answering with the kind of honesty the archive demanded. They'll read what we leave, but the shape they ascribe to it, cataclysm or slow attrition, will be influenced by their own stories. The point is, we are not only leaving artifacts, we are leaving chances. If we choose, we can alter the probabilities that favor survival. She thought of Jackson's tiny ribs beneath a fallen fern, of how his species' extinction had not erased every experiment in biology. Birds, the living descendants, sang in city parks beyond the museum's windows. Corvus left tokens on her lab steps like a private liturgy. Those continuities mattered. They taught that life used persistence, plasticity, and niche-making to survive. Humans had their own unique capacities, foresight, technology, and moral imagination. Those capacities were tools, and like any tool, their effect depended on the hand that used them. The final public question the team posed, on panels, in school curricula, in op-eds, was blunt. The one that had been coiling since JX1 and the proteomic anomalies and the protective actions at the fold. Was the dinosaurs' extinction an inevitable loop that would one day close over humanity's own head? Part 6. Ending. A ledger with an opening. The answer they offered was not a slogan. The narrator, omniscient and patient as sediment, saw both sides. In one register, extinction is a loop only if the same conditions repeat: systemic stress, brittle ecosystems, sudden shock. The KPG event was an example of stacked stresses producing a systemic reset. The Anthropocene, with its persistent forcing, created similar conditions in principle. If unchecked, human-driven change could produce cascading failures with extinctions and collapses that no technology could immediately redress. Yet the narrator also saw an asymmetry the dinosaurs did not have. Humans could reflect on their record. Humanity had instruments of communication, foresight, culture, and coordinated planning at an unprecedented scale. That did not make a safe future inevitable, far from it, but it made different outcomes possible. Lena closed the ledger and loop exhibit on a warm evening with a small ritual. She walked the hall with Asher and Kamal and Miri and Matteo, and they stopped at the panel where JX1's brooding posture sat beside a thin, future-seeming band of plastic. A child tapped the iridium stripe, then the plastic stripe, and asked softly, "Which one hurts more?" Miri answered as the field scientist she had become. Both hurt. But one was sudden and dramatic, the other is slow. You can fix a sudden thing by bandaging an artery. You can change a slow thing by changing habits and laws. Both need courage. Asha laid her hand over the soft map of the fold, then over the museum's glass with the fossil prints. "The earth keeps marks," she said in her dialect. English folding around a proverb. "But it gives us a way to answer. We can be the kind of species that learns to change the writing. They left the lights on for a while. Outside, the city breathed. A raven flew in a crooked arc and dropped a small pebble on the threshold. One more token in a long human-avian conversation. In the months after, policies shifted where they could and where they could not. The team continued to press. They taught students to weed strata and to imagine futures. They respected myth and data equally, knowing that both preserved warnings in language and symbol. The Folds Reserve prospered under local management, and its story became a model, a small, practical reconciliation between the short-term appetites of industry and the long-term stewardship of ecosystems. The narrator, who knows the deep patience of sediments and the thinner endurance of policy, left the last image like a ledger entry. Itself, a child's finger drawn over two lines in a display, one black as iridium, one bright as plastic, then lifted upward to look at the night sky. Was the extinction of the dinosaurs merely an inevitable loop that one day humanity must face? The narrator did not answer uncertainties. It posed the question back like a mirror. The fossil record shows that life can be pruned by compound stresses. The modern record shows humans are the agents of many of those stresses today. Whether that loop closes on humanity depends on a very modern variable: choice. If humanity continues to stack stresses, exhaust ecosystems, ignore threshold warnings, commodify surface and subsurface alike, then the loop becomes a scenario written in technical detail and moral consequence. But if people act, if laws are strengthened, systems redesigned, cultures that value stewardship amplified, then the ledger the planet writes will be different. The traces future paleontologists read will still tell stories of life and death, but they will tell, too, of a species that learned to write different margins. In the quiet after the museum's last lights dimmed, Lena found herself alone with a small, worn photograph of Jackson, an artifact the team had painted from imagination and evidence. She set it beside a packet of microplastics she had catalogued from the fold, and then, as if drawing a line through the two, she wrote in her notebook, "Traces tell stories. We can learn to change ours." Outside, the raven took its pebble and carried it off into the night. The planet turned, patient and indifferent, keeping its ledger. Humans, brief and noisy, had the singular, perilous power to change the entries they left. Whether they would write a loop or a new margin remained, in the end, an unanswered question and a hopeful one. The answer was not already fossilized.